Chapter 875. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng was anxiously waiting outside. Boom! Along with the shockwave, the door of the crafting room was opened. Grandma Feng Li walked out from within. She waved her right hand. Swoosh! 2 balls of light flew out. The 2 balls of light contained the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and the primal chaos ancient lamp. Around the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, the power of the laws of the great Tao came down, and with a slight shake, the surrounding space was slightly distorted. Middle grade, Tao artifact, Lin Feng exclaimed. This 7 treasures glazed pagoda was not a low-grade Tao artifact, but a middle-grade one, which surprised Lin Feng. Granny Feng Li said, originally, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda could only be upgraded to a low-grade Tao treasure, but when I was upgrading it, I added a small amount of purple fire deity crystals, and it immediately upgraded this treasure by a level. This was a pleasant surprise. Lin Feng's spirit sense communicated with the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Immeasurable! Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a faintly discernible voice. He carefully sensed it and found that it was the 7 treasures glazed pagoda's spirit. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda's spirit turned into a cultivator wearing a 7-colored kasaya. The spirit's body was surrounded by 7-colored light, which shrouded him and emitted a mysterious aura. Good. This is great. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda has been upgraded to a middle-grade Tao artifact, and its defense has greatly increased. Lin Feng waved his hand and kept the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Then he looked at the life treasure, the primal chaos ancient lamp. The changes in the primal chaos ancient lamp surprised Lin Feng even more. After the purple fire divine crystal was integrated, the primal chaos ancient lamp had begun to nurture its own spirit. In terms of attack and defense, the primal chaos ancient lamp was definitely better than a normal Tao artifact. The materials used to forge the primal chaos ancient lamp are too extraordinary, and now that the purple fire divine crystal has been added, the primal chaos ancient lamp is even more extraordinary. For such a treasure, it will be difficult to nurture its own spirit. I estimate when the spirit is formed when the primal chaos ancient lamp's time. Grandma Feng Li said. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. I hope that day will come soon. Granny Feng Li suddenly laughed strangely and said, you must never reveal this primal chaos ancient lamp. If you do, all the great clans and holy lands of the Tianwu continent will hunt you down. Lin Feng nodded. Naturally, he knew the severity of the situation. The primal chaos ancient lamp was forged from the primal chaos ancestral chi. It was the prototype of an ancient imperial weapon. Now, it had been strengthened by the purple fire deity crystal. Even ancient powers would go crazy if they saw such a treasure. Therefore, he had to be careful. Lin Feng stored the primal chaos ancient lamp into his mind. His soul was hidden in the primal chaos ancient lamp. Some top experts or some cultivators who were very proficient in soul divine abilities liked to attack the soul silently. However, Lin Feng's soul was protected by the primal chaos ancient lamp. Even an ancient overlord would find it difficult to harm his soul. When will we leave for Snow Province? Lin Feng asked. We'll rest for a day. Tomorrow, we'll take the teleportation formation to Northern Baron City. From there, we'll take the space-time wormhole to Snow Province. Grandma Feng Li said. Lin Feng nodded. After returning to his room, he sat down cross-legged and adjusted his state of mind. The journey from the Barren region to Snow Province was a long one that required crossing 5 provinces. If they flew, it would probably take more than 100 years to reach Snow Province. However, using the space-time wormhole, it would only take a month. The next day, Lin Feng and Grandma Feng Li went to the teleportation square together. Lin Feng could vaguely feel a few cold auras locking onto him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Some powers had their eyes on him and wanted to kill him to steal his treasure. However, they were afraid of Grandma Feng, Li's strength, and did not act. After arriving at Northern Baron City, Lin Feng and Grandma Feng Li entered the space-time wormhole. A month later, they arrived at Snow City, one of the 5 great ancient cities of Snow Province. As far as the eye could see, it was snowing heavily. This was Snow Province, where the snow never stopped falling. The weather in Snow Province was very cold, but for powerful cultivators, this kind of cold was not something they were afraid of. Let's rest for a day before we set off. Grandma Feng, Li said. Do you know where we're going? Lin Feng asked. Frigid Ice Lake. Grandma Feng, Li said. Hiss. Lin Feng gasped. Lin Feng had read about Frigid Ice Lake from the records of the heavens. It was a very dangerous place. It was said that there was a snow dragon living in Frigid Ice Lake. This snow dragon had cultivated for 10,000 years. Senior, are you going to steal the snow dragon's treasure? Lin Feng said with a bitter smile. You guessed right. Grandma Feng, Li smiled. Lin Feng was speechless. This Grandma Feng, Li was really crazy. He hoped that this trip would go smoothly. He did not want to lose his life in Frigid Ice Lake. They walked towards an inn. On the way, there were dozens of strange beasts charging towards them. Many people were forced to dodge them. Some of the slower cultivators were directly sent flying by the whips of the cultivators sitting on the strange beasts. Who are these people? How dare they be so arrogant in Snow City? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. A middle-aged cultivator said, They're from Snow Province's Xiang clan. Snow Province's Xiang clan was an archaic clan, and the only archaic clan in Snow Province. Snow Province was adjacent to the Western region's Buddhist kingdom, but it was not part of the 72 northern states. Therefore, Lin Feng had only heard of Snow Province's Xiang clan, but did not know much about them. As one of the most powerful clans in Snow Province, Snow Province's Xiang clan was naturally unscrupulous in their actions. Soon, dozens of strange beasts stopped in front of the inn. A handsome cultivator stepped out of an ancient bronze chariot. The cultivator was very young, with black hair and eyes like stars. Who's that? Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged cultivator next to him said, It's Xiang Zijie, an outstanding young genius of the Xiang clan. He's one of the top geniuses in the Xiang clan. It's said that he has a special constitution and is very famous. After Xiang Zijie walked out, he bowed next to the bronze carriage. Soon, an old man walked out. The old man was so old that he needed Xiang Zijie's help to get out of the carriage. He's so old, yet he's still walking around. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly said, Little brother, don't speak nonsense. He's an ancestor of the Xiang clan. He's been cultivating for more than 8,000 years, and his cultivation level is extremely high. Don't criticize the Xiang clan, or you'll get killed. Lin Feng nodded and said goodbye to the middle-aged cultivator. At that moment, the owner of the inn came out to greet the people of the Xiang clan. Granny Feng Li narrowed her eyes and said, It seems that many people are coveting the snow flood dragon's treasure. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the ancestor of the Xiang clan had also come for the snow flood dragon's treasure? But what exactly was the snow flood dragon's treasure? Chapter 876. Mo City was very close to Frigid Ice Lake. 10 days later, Lin Feng and Grandma Feng Li arrived at Mo City. Senior, when are we leaving? Lin Feng asked. Frigid Ice Lake was 800 miles to the west, where the snow flood dragon's nest was located. Grandma Feng Li replied, I can sense a few powerful auras, and I can't move alone. When Granny Feng Li said that, she couldn't help but frown. Initially, she wanted to fight alone with Lin Feng, but now she had to change her plan. What should we do now? Lin Feng asked. Let's stay here for now. Someone will invite us to discuss this matter soon. Grandma Feng Li replied. The Longling Inn was an inn in Mo City. There were many courtyards here, and each courtyard was separated from the others. The environment was very elegant. Lin Feng went to check in. Cough, cough, cough. Violent coughing sounds could be heard. Uncle, are you all right? A young man supported a cultivator in his 30s and asked worriedly. The sickly cultivator's face was very pale. He seemed to have been injured, and he was coughing up blood. We can't do business with you. If you die in our inn, our reputation will be ruined. One of the managers of the Longling Inn walked out and sneered when he saw this scene. This is your deposit. The manager took out a bag of spirit stones and placed it on the table. The young man said angrily, What's the meaning of this? We don't welcome you and your nephew. Don't you understand human language? Take the spirit stones and leave, or we'll throw you out. The manager sneered. Dragon Tomb Inn was the Mo family's business, and the manager was called Mou. He was very domineering, and his voice was very cold. Lin Feng said, How can you do business like this? You accepted his spirit stones and even gave him a room token. Now, you're chasing him out because he's injured. Business is all about honesty. Why is your Dragon Tomb Inn turning hostile faster than flipping the pages of a book? Kid, what does the Mo family's business have to do with you? Mou sneered. Mou looked to be in his 30s. His appearance was ordinary, and his eyes were long and narrow. He gave off a gloomy feeling. Little brother, Ink City is the territory of the Mo family. They have always been strong, so you must not provoke them. A cultivator at the side reminded. The sickly middle-aged man also said, Thank you for your kindness, little brother. We'll just go to another inn. The young man was furious. His eyes were cold. It was obvious that Mou's humiliation of him and his nephew had infuriated him. But now that his uncle had decided to back down, the young master could only suppress his anger. With the support of the young man, the uncle and nephew left. Senior, let's go to another inn, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng was very unhappy that Mou was making things difficult for a pair of uncle and nephew who were in trouble. Feng Li Popo nodded. She did not have any objections and walked out with Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Granny Feng Li stayed at another inn called Immortal Guest House. On the second day, someone came to visit. Lin Feng was very surprised. It was Xiang Zijia, the genius of Snow Province's Xiang clan, whom he had met before. Xiang Zijia's cultivation was very terrifying. He was already one step into the creation realm. Granny Feng Li, are you staying here? Xiang Zijia looked at Lin Feng indifferently with an arrogant attitude. He was of noble birth and was very powerful. He saw that Lin Feng was only in the Yin-Yang realm, which was very far from him, so he did not take Lin Feng seriously. Lin Feng nodded and said, Yes, I'm staying here. What do you want? Go and tell her that Snow Province's Xiang clan wants to see her, Xiang Zijia said. If there's anything, just tell me. Granny is resting now. Lin Feng said, I'm afraid you don't have the right to listen. Xiang Zijia said indifferently. He was not deliberately targeting Lin Feng. He really did not take Lin Feng seriously. Snow Province's Xiang clan was an ancient power. Even when Xiang Zijia was facing an expert of the older generation like Granny Feng Li, he still called her Granny Feng Li. He also called her Granny Feng Li without much respect. If he wanted to show respect, he should at least add senior to her name. In Xiang Zijia's opinion, Granny Feng Li was just a rogue cultivator. She was not worthy of his attention. If Granny Feng Li was not so powerful, Xiang Zijia would not even bother to look at rogue cultivators. Lin Feng sneered. You can represent the Xiang clan? Is there no one else in the Xiang clan? Kid, what do you mean? Xiang Zijia's face suddenly sank. Lin Feng sneered. Granny is an expert of the older generation. You're just a junior, and you want to see her? What else is there if the Xiang clan is not empty? When he saw how domineering the Xiang clan was in Snow City, Lin Feng felt a bit of disgust towards them. Now that he saw Xiang Zijia's high and mighty attitude, Lin Feng felt even more disgusted. A junior could look down on an expert of the older generation, like Granny Feng Li. It could be seen how arrogant the Xiang clan was in Snow Province. Xiang Zijia's eyes were cold. He sneered. Impudent thing. Normally, a rogue cultivator like you would not even have the right to talk to me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, where will my Xiang clan put its face? Zijia, stop! Just as Xiang Zijia was about to attack, a cold shout was suddenly heard. A middle-aged cultivator flew over from afar and landed in front of the courtyard. 13th uncle. Xiang Zijia cupped his fists. He restrained his overflowing killing intent. Little brother, please help me report to Senior that Xiang Jin of the Xiang clan is here to see him. The middle-aged man said with a smile. He looked amiable, but Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. Although Xiang Zijia was domineering, he was still young and powerful. He could not help but be arrogant and look down on everyone. Furthermore, Xiang Zijia's arrogant attitude showed that he was not good at hiding his emotions. However, this middle-aged man called Xiang Jin was obviously hiding a knife behind his smile. What do you want? Just say it. I'm not deaf. I can hear you. Granny Feng Li's voice came from the courtyard. She was obviously unhappy that the Xiang clan was looking down on her, but she quickly restrained her emotions. The ancestor has ordered us to invite you to the Mo clan tomorrow. This is the invitation. Xiang Jin gave the invitation to Lin Feng. All right, you can go. Granny Feng Li said, Goodbye, Senior. Xiang Jin bowed and left. Xiang Zijia glanced at Lin Feng and couldn't help but smile coldly. He then followed Xiang Jin and left. Lin Feng took the invitation back to the courtyard. Granny, the people from the Xiang clan are inviting you over. Is this a trap? Asked Lin Feng. Granny Feng Li stood in the courtyard and looked in the direction of the ice snow lake. She said, The Xiang clan doesn't have the guts to do that. The next day, Lin Feng rented a carriage and personally drove Granny Feng Li to the Mo clan. The Mo clan was dependent on the Xiang clan in Snow Province, so when the Xiang clan came to Mo City, they would rest in the Xiang clan. This time, the gathering would be held in the Mo clan. Stop, who are you? The guards of the Mo clan stopped Lin Feng. This is the invitation. Lin Feng gave the invitation to the Mo clan. This is an important place for the Mo clan. Get off the carriage and walk, said the guard commander. Lin Feng looked glum. The Mo clan's guard had probably received an order from his superiors to humiliate Feng Li's grandmother. I'm old. It's good to walk more. Chapter 877. In the Mo clan, there were 3 cultivators sitting in the living room. One of them was the ancestor of the Xiang clan, Xiang Hongtu, whom Lin Feng had met before. There were 2 other people. The first one looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He wore a Taoist robe and was called Taoist Yuanzhen. The other person looked to be in his 40s. He had a square face and looked very dignified. He was called Chu Dongchen and was an expert from the Chu clan of the Void Continent. The Void Continent was adjacent to the Snow Continent and was located in the north of the Snow Continent. Although the Chu clan of the Void Continent was only from the primordial era, after the Middle Ages, the Chu clan of the Void Continent had produced many top-notch experts. Therefore, their power had grown rapidly. Even the primordial era didn't dare to underestimate the Chu clan of the Void Continent. Lin Feng followed Grandmother Feng Li to this place. The three important people inside didn't even come out to greet her. Lin Feng was a bit annoyed. These people were obviously looking down on Grandmother Feng Li. However, Grandmother Feng Li didn't seem to care. As for what Grandmother Feng Li was thinking, Lin Feng didn't know. Grandmother Feng Li is here. Seeing Grandmother Feng Li enter the living room, the three people nodded and didn't stand up to greet her. Granny Feng Li didn't say anything. She just looked for a place to sit down. Lin Feng sensed that someone was looking at him in an ice-cold way. He turned around and saw that it was Xiang Zijia who was standing behind Xiang Hong. Tuesday. Lin Feng sneered. It was fine if this person didn't provoke him, but if he did, he wouldn't mind killing him. Since everyone is here, we should discuss the matter of going to the frigid ice lake, said Taoist Yuan Zhan. Grandmother Feng Li said, there's one more person who will be here soon. Xiang Hong Tu, Taoist Yuan Zhan, and Chu Dongchen frowned and said, who else? Could it be Grandmother Feng Li's friend? He's not a friend, but I know that he'll be here. Grandmother Feng Li looked up and said. Just as Grandmother Feng Li finished speaking, a voice came from outside. I heard that you're all planning to fight the snow flood dragon. I have the same intention. Impudent. Do you think the Mo clan is a place you can just casually barge in? With a cold shout, the Mo clan patriarch led dozens of Mo clan experts to surround the two people who had just landed in the courtyard. So it's you, you sickly ghost. How dare you barge into my Mo clan? Do you want to die? Mou, who was in the crowd, suddenly sneered. He remembered that these two people had come to the Longling Inn and were chased away by him. It's them. Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually that pair of uncle and nephew. Lin Feng had seen them at the Dragon Tomb Inn before. They had been chased out by Mou. Granny, who is that sickly cultivator? Lin Feng asked. Granny Feng Li shook her head. I don't know him, but he's definitely not a simple person. Lin Feng nodded and looked outside. At this moment, the young master said, a small Mo clan dares to be so arrogant? What a laughable family. You dare to humiliate my Mo family? I don't care if he's dead or alive. Take him down. The patriarch of the Mo clan shouted coldly. A group of Mo clan experts rushed towards the pair of uncle and nephew. From their point of view, the older cultivator's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. With such a condition, even if his cultivation level was very high, he probably wouldn't be able to use much of his battle strength. However, the sickly cultivator only took one step forward. Everyone from the Mo clan seemed to have suffered a huge blow, and they all knelt on the ground, including the patriarch of the Mo clan. The patriarch of the Mo clan was a cultivator at the third heavenly layer of the creation realm, but he didn't even have the strength to resist. It was only now that the Mo clan members realized how terrifying the sickly cultivator was. Many people's faces turned pale, afraid that they would be killed by the sickly cultivator. Mou thought about how he had chased this pair of uncle and nephew away, and he was so scared that his whole body trembled. How strong! Lin Feng was shocked. Perhaps because the sickly cultivator had been sick for too long, Lin Feng felt that a gust of wind could blow him away. However, Lin Feng didn't think that the sickly cultivator would be so strong. Your Excellency, you seem to have gone too far. Xiang Hongtu's face suddenly sank. As the saying went, one had to look at the master before beating the dog. The Mo clan was dependent on the Xiong clan. Now that the Mo clan's experts were all kneeling on the ground, Xiong Hongtu's face naturally didn't look good. The sickly cultivator said, "If I didn't give the Xiong clan some face, these people would already be dead." Impudent! Xiong Hongtu's face suddenly sank. Originally, the old man's body was lifeless and gave people the feeling that he was about to die. However, at this moment, his body seemed to explode like a flood, and an aura that caused the void to tremble surged out. In the next moment, Xiong Hongtu disappeared from the hall. He appeared in front of the sickly cultivator and used the Overlord Fist to attack him. I've long heard of the power of the Xiong clan's Overlord Fist. Today, I'll experience it for myself. The sickly cultivator's expression was indifferent. He waved his right fist and swept it towards Xiong Hongtu. Behind him, the phantom of a demon god appeared. This was the demon god's fist. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, it was as if two ancient divine mountains had collided and the ground cracked. Xiong Hongtu was forced to take a step back. Too strong, really too strong. This person's body is heavily injured, but he still forced Xiong Hongtu to retreat. Lin Feng was shocked. Cough, cough, cough. After attacking once, the sickly cultivator coughed violently. His face became even paler. This attack seemed to have affected his injuries, and his body's condition was getting worse. "Uncle." The young man looked at the sickly cultivator worriedly. "I won't die yet. Don't worry." The sickly cultivator smiled. "Who are you?" Xiong Hongtu's expression was gloomy. "Jin Daoyan of the Demon Clan." The sickly cultivator said, "What? You're Jin Daoyan of the Demon Clan?" Everyone was shocked. Even Granny Feng Li stood up. "Grandma, who is he? Is he famous?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. "He's the golden-winged great rock king of the Demon Clan." "Grandma Feng," Li said. Boom! Hearing the words golden-winged rock king, Lin Feng felt like his head was about to explode. What a thunderous name. The Demon Clan had two extremely young sovereigns. One of them was the Peacock Sacred Lord. Lin Feng had seen the Peacock Sacred Lord in action in the Misty Forest. More than 10 ancient powerhouses surrounded the Peacock Sacred Lord. The Peacock Sacred Lord sent an ancient powerhouse flying with a punch. His demonic aura was truly vast and mighty. As for the Demon Clan sovereign who was as famous as the Peacock Sacred Lord, it was the Golden-Winged Rock King. 800 years ago, the two of them were known as the two peerless geniuses of the Demon Clan. They were young, but their cultivations were incredible. Lin Feng didn't expect this sickly cultivator to be the Golden-Winged Rock King. Chapter 878. We haven't heard from you in 300 years. It's been rumored that you've died. Although the rumors aren't true, you seem to have suffered a Dao injury. Yuan Zhen narrowed his eyes and looked at King Zhan Peng. Dao injuries were left in the body by the way of the heavens. Once a cultivator suffered a Dao injury, it was difficult to heal them. It was said that even immortal medicines couldn't heal Dao injuries. They could only find the source of the great path to heal them. You're right, Taoist friend. King Zhan Peng nodded. The 4 strong cultivators couldn't help but gasp. It was said that people with Dao injuries had less than 10 years of lifespan. King Zhan Peng had disappeared 300 years ago. It was very likely that he had suffered a Dao injury then. How powerful must his cultivation be to be able to suppress his Dao injury for 300 years without dying? If it wasn't for his Dao injury, King Zhan Peng's cultivation level would be unfathomable. However, King Zhan Peng's Dao injury made Xiong Hongtu, Yuan Zhen, and Chu Dongchen heave a sigh of relief. If King Zhan Peng didn't have a Dao injury, they wouldn't be able to defeat him even if they worked together. But now, King Zhan Peng had a Dao injury, so he wasn't a threat anymore. Xiong Hongtu smiled and said, "Today, we didn't know each other until we fought." King Zhan Peng, please come in. Let's talk inside. King Zhanpeng nodded and entered the main hall. At that moment, Xiang Hongtu said, "You can all go out and wait in the side hall." This was a discussion between the 5 leaders. Obviously, the others didn't have the right to stay. The Mo family members invited everyone into the side hall to rest. Yuan Zhen had brought 2 young Taoists with him. One of them was fat with a fierce face and yellow eyes. If it wasn't for his Taoist robe, he wouldn't have looked like a Taoist priest. The other one was small and skinny, with a gloomy look in his eyes. Chu Dongchen was accompanied by a young man called Chu Jian. He was about 25 or 26 years old and was the leader of the Chu family's younger generation. Xiang Zijia, the 2 young Taoists, and Chu Jian gathered together and talked in low voices. Lin Feng and the golden-winged King Zhanpeng's nephew sat on the other side. "I'm Lin Feng. How should I address you?" Lin Feng cupped his fists. When the golden-winged Rock King saw the young cultivator who had spoken up for him and his nephew at the Dragon Tomb the golden-winged Rock King smiled. He clasped his fists and said, "I'm Jin Shenyuan. Thank you, Brother Lin, for speaking up for us yesterday." Lin Feng replied, "Brother Jin, you're too polite. I just can't stand the Mo family's domineering attitude." At that moment, Mo, you led a few maids into the main hall. He bowed and said, "Gentlemen, this is a special product of Shuiyu. It's refreshing and refreshing. Please have a taste." Lin Feng took a sip of the snow tea and felt a refreshing feeling sweep through his body. Snow tea, which was produced in a world of ice and snow, naturally had some extraordinary aspects. "Young Master Jin, I've offended you before. Please don't lower yourself to my level." Mou walked over and apologized cautiously. Now that he knew the identity of the golden-winged Great Rock King's uncle and nephew, he was almost scared out of his wits. Now that he had come to apologize, he wanted to make amends. "Forget it. I don't want to argue with you," said Jin Shenyuan coldly. "Thank you for your generosity, young Master Jin." Mou bowed hastily and left. Lin Feng said, "There's no lack of people like that in aristocratic families. There's no lack of people who rely on their master's power to intimidate others." Jin Shenyuan said, "That's true. In my opinion, dealing with people like that will only dirty my hands." Jin Shenyuan was the golden-winged Great Rock King's nephew. Even though he wasn't even 20 years old and was a few years younger than Lin Feng, he had been with the golden-winged Great Rock King for many years. Jin Shenyuan had his own pride. "It seems like Xiang Hongtu, Yuan Zhen, and Chu Dongchen will join hands. I wonder if Granny will join hands with the golden-winged Great Rock King." Lin Feng glanced at Xiang Zijia and the others and frowned. Sighed Jin Shenyuan. Jin Shenyuan sighed. His face was full of worry. He was obviously worried about his uncle. "Master, you've been injured for many years, right? Haven't you found a way to heal it?" asked Lin Feng. "The Great Path is incomplete, so it's difficult to heal. My uncle heard that the Snow Flood Dragon occupied a mysterious cave, and that there was the source of the Great Path in that cave, so he came here. Now, my uncle's injuries are getting worse. I hope we can find the source of the Great Path and heal him. I'm worried that if we delay any longer, my uncle's body won't be able to handle his injuries," said Jin Shenyuan worriedly. If it had been someone else, they would have died within 10 years. But the golden-winged Great Rock King had endured for 300 years. Even the golden-winged Great Rock King couldn't hold on any longer. "Don't worry, we'll definitely find the source of the Great Path and heal your injuries," said Lin Feng. Even if we can find the source of the Great Path, it's hard to say who will get it. Besides, it's a waste for a sick person to use it," said a strange voice at that moment. Xiang Zijia pursed his lips and looked at Lin Feng And Jin Xingyuan disdainfully. Xiang Zijie had seen how the golden-winged Great Rock King had forced the ancestor of the Xiang clan to retreat even though he was heavily injured. Now that he heard Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan talking about the golden-winged Great Rock King's injuries, he couldn't help but mock them. Xiang Zijie, who are you calling a sick person? Asked Jin Xingyuan, standing up. His eyes were cold as he circulated his beast qi. He was on the verge of going crazy. Who's the sick person? Everyone knows. Xiang Zijie sneered. You're courting death, shouted Jin Xingyuan furiously. He wanted to attack, but Lin Feng stopped him. Brother Lin, don't stop me, said Jin Xingyuan through gritted teeth. His eyes were burning with fury. Lin Feng said, Brother Jin, have you heard of a saying? Jin Xingyuan looked at Lin Feng suspiciously and asked, What saying? If a dog bites a man can't bite a dog back. Lin Feng smiled. Everyone was stunned. Jin Xingyuan laughed. That's right. If a man is bitten by a dog, if he bites back, he'll become a dog too. Brat, how dare you call me a dog? Xiang Zijie came back to his senses. He knew that Lin Feng was mocking him. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Did I insult you? I'm insulting a dog, and a shameless one at that. Lin Feng smiled icily. That dog's elder fought against a cultivator who was injured and was forced to retreat. That dog had the audacity to act arrogantly and make fun of that cultivator who was injured. He's a young man, and he dares to make fun of a strong cultivator. He doesn't even know the basic rules and etiquette. I don't know how his clan raised such a dog. He's a disgrace to his clan. Chapter 879. What? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Feng's eyes were cold and fearless. He also stood up, his battle intent soaring as he confronted Xiang Zijie. Stop! At that moment, a cold shout came from outside. Xiang Jin had appeared and stopped the fight. 13th uncle, why are you stopping me? Xiang Zijie's eyes were cold, but in the end, he restrained his killing intent. Young people are hot-blooded. It's normal to have verbal conflicts. This is just a small matter. Don't take it to heart, Xiang Jin said with a smile. Xiang Jin was a person who hid a knife behind his smile. He looked amiable on the surface, but people like him should be more careful. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. He sat back down with Jin Xingyuan. An hour later, the 5 magnates finished their discussion. Lin Feng left with Grandma Feng. 13th uncle, I'm so angry that I can't control myself anymore. After Lin Feng left, Xiang Zijie said with a gloomy face. Xiang Jin smiled. Zijie, don't be impatient. Now's not the time to make a move. It won't be too late to do so after we reach the frigid ice lake. Xiang Zijie nodded, his eyes flashing coldly. Then I'll let that brat live for a few more days. After returning to their residence, Lin Feng asked, Senior, are we going to the frigid ice lake next? Granny Fengli nodded and said, the snow flood dragon has been cultivating for 10,000 years. Its cultivation level is already very high. The 5 of us will hold the snow flood dragon back. When the time comes, you can go into the snow flood dragon's cavern and retrieve its treasures. Is the snow flood dragon that strong? You need the 5 titans to deal with it in order to stall it? Lin Feng was shocked. The snow flood dragon obtained a great opportunity, so it's extremely strong. It'll be very troublesome to deal with. Grandma Feng, Li said. What's in the snow flood dragon's cave? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he asked. Inside the snow flood dragon's cave, the most valuable thing is the creation fossil. The creation fossil can subtly change a person's body. The reason why the snow flood dragon is so powerful is mainly because the creation fossil is constantly changing its body. Moreover, the creation fossil can absorb the fate of heaven and earth. You should have heard that if you want to break through to the divine realm, you need to absorb the fate of heaven and earth. However, how can the fate of heaven and earth be so easy to absorb? But if you have the creation stone, you'll be able to continuously absorb the chi of heaven and earth. That treasure is extremely important to cultivators. Grandma Feng, Li said. Fossilize. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Just like what Granny Feng Li said, creating fossils was too important for any cultivator who wanted to reach the deity realm in the future. Lin Feng frowned and said, "But we are weak. I'm afraid it won't be easy to obtain this fossil. The Snow Flood Dragon's Cave is protected by a deployment spell. You need to break the deployment spell to enter. With your knowledge of deployment spells, I think you have the best chance," said Lin Feng. Grandma Feng, Li said. The next day, the group set out. Granny Feng Li and the Rock King only brought one person with them. They were Lin Feng and Jin Xinyuan. Xiang Hongtu and Chu Dongchen each brought more than 10 people. Taoist priest Yuan Zhen brought 2 young Taoists. One of the 2 young Taoists was called Taoist priest Tian Quan, and the other was called Taoist priest Tianzong. Taoists were good at refining pills, talismans, and deployment spells. Lin Feng guessed that Taoist priest Tian Quan and Taoist priest Tianzong were also experts in deployment spells. 3 days later, the group entered the vast and boundless frigid ice and snow lake. The temperature here was extremely low, probably a few hundred degrees below zero. Even if a cultivator's physique was strong, at this moment, many people were shivering from the cold. Lin Feng had no choice but to circulate his magic power in order to withstand such cold weather. "This damn weather is really too cold." Many people curse it in a low voice, and when they spoke, their voices were trembling. Now, Lin Feng finally understood why the 5 great leaders could only delay the Snow Flood Dragon. In the outside world, although the Snow Flood Dragon was strong, the 5 great leaders would have a high chance of defeating it. However, this was not the case in the frigid ice and snow lake. The temperature here was too low, and their bodies were about to be frozen stiff. It would be good if they could use 50 to 60% of their original cultivation here. However, the Snow Flood Dragon was not affected. Lin Feng guessed that this place not only did not affect the Snow Flood Dragon, but it also increased its battle prowess. "Brother Lin, drink a mouthful of fiery fruit wine. It can drive away the cold." Jin Xinyuan handed a wine gourd to Lin Feng. Jin Xinyuan was also shivering from the cold. The 5 great leaders were the only ones who were in a better situation. They were strong enough to withstand the cold for the time being. "Ancestor, I can't hold on any longer." A few cultivators from the Xiang and Chu families spoke one after another. Their skin was cracked from the cold, and as soon as blood flowed out, it was frozen. "Retreat and wait outside," Xiang Hongta said to Chu Dongchen. Yes, these people quickly left. As they went deeper and deeper, the temperature became lower and lower. Soon, it reached 1,000 degrees below zero. With this kind of temperature, ordinary people would immediately freeze to death if they came here. Even powerful cultivators already knew that their hands and feet would turn cold. Lin Feng's entire body trembled. How could he fight in such a place? Not to mention 50 to 60% of his battle prowess. It was already not bad to use 30 to 40% of his battle prowess. Right, I wonder if my heavenly flame can resist the cold. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had refined 2 types of heavenly flame. The heavenly flame was scorching hot, and the temperature here was extremely cold. If it was an ordinary flame, it would have been extinguished in an instant. But the heavenly flame was different. The fire seed of the heavenly flame would never be extinguished. Lin Feng's spiritual will communicated with the heavenly flame. The two types of heavenly flame covered Lin Feng's entire body. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt the cold dispel. His almost frozen body was quickly recovering. This made Lin Feng very happy. However, in order to not attract attention, he still pretended to be shivering from the cold. "We're here. The Snow Flood Dragon's cave is in front of us," Xiang Hongta said in a deep voice. "Do you see that mountain peak? About 1,000 meters deep in the lake, there is a cave, which is the Snow Flood Dragon's cave. Later, we will lure the Snow Flood Dragon out and stall it. You guys enter the Snow Flood Dragon's cave and take out the Snow Flood Dragon's treasure." Taoist priest Yuanjun said. Everyone nodded. The 5 great powerhouses quickly flew towards the mountain peak in the middle of the frigid ice lake. This mountain peak was densely covered with restrictions. The surroundings even formed a distorted wave. Heavy snow fluttered, but there was not a single snowflake on the mountain peak. Bang! The 5 great powerhouses made their moves and slapped the mountain peak with their palms. Rumble! The entire mountain peak began to shake violently. "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from the depths of the frigid ice lake. Immediately after, the earth and mountains shook. Whoosh! Huge waves surged to the sky. A huge snow-white creature quickly flew out. It was 10,000 meters long, and its body was like a snake. It was covered in scales, and it had 4 limbs. Its head was like a dragon's, and it had a silver-white dragon's horn. On its back, there were barbs like sharp swords. They grew from its back all the way to its tail. Those were the Snow Flood Dragon's bone spurs. When the Snow Flood Dragon appeared, a violent snowstorm swept across the land. Endless demonic chi filled the air, as if a sleeping demonic god had awoken. Plop! Plop! Chapter 880. The 5 tycoons looked extremely serious. In this place, the temperature was extremely cold, and their strength was greatly suppressed. Therefore, they had to be extremely careful when facing the Snow Flood Dragon. Boom! The 5 tycoons attacked the Snow Flood Dragon. They wanted to catch the Snow Flood Dragon off guard. It would be even better if they could kill the Snow Flood Dragon. Despicable creatures, die! The Snow Flood Dragon roared and breathed out ice chi, freezing the world. In a flash, a great battle broke out. "What are you waiting for? Attack!" shouted Xiang Jin. He took the lead and flew towards the Snow Flood Dragon's cave. Whoosh! Whoosh! But very quickly, a blood-curdling scream was heard. A strong cultivator of the Chu clan's body was frozen and cracked. He was swallowed by the bone-chilling lake water. His body was soon frozen to pieces. The temperature of the lake water was even lower than outside. It was definitely below 1,000 degrees Celsius. The deeper they went, the colder it became. Another blood-curdling scream was heard. This time, a strong cultivator of the Xiang clan was submerged in the lake water. His body was frozen and cracked. "That Snow Flood Dragon is really abnormal. It lives in such a cold place," said Lin Feng. He was speechless. Even though his body was covered by heavenly fire and was covered by a layer of qi, he could still feel the bone-chilling coldness in the water. That Snow Flood Dragon isn't simple. It used to be one of the overlords of the South Sea world, but because it was too cruel, it devoured many cultivators. Many people died, tragically. The cultivators of the South Sea world joined forces to kill it, but it still managed to escape. Later, it hid in the frigid ice and snow lake. Who would have thought that it would find a fortuitous encounter here? Said Jin Shenyuan. Lin Feng nodded. Snow flood dragons were ferocious beasts. Once they practiced cultivation, they would become extremely ferocious. Lin Feng had seen the nether demon shark devour an island in the East Sea world. Millions of people had been swallowed by the nether demon shark. The destructive power of these ferocious beasts was extremely terrifying. They continued diving. When they were about 300 meters down, they heard another blood-curdling scream. 3 strong cultivators of the Xiang clan and the Chu clan had been frozen to death. Flame Rhino boat, Xiang Jin said in a deep voice. Xiang Zijia nodded and took out a treasure. It was a small boat the size of a palm. The small boat was surrounded by flames. After Xiang Zijia poured his magic power into the small boat, it quickly grew to a length of 7 to 8 meters. Enter the flame rhinoceros boat, Xiang Zijia shouted, and took the lead to enter the fire rhino boat, followed by Xiang Jin, Daoist Tianzong, and the cultivators of the Chu family. This fire rhino boat was a magic treasure forged from the rhinoceros horn of a fire-attribute demonic beast called the fire rhino. Not only could it fly on water, it could also withstand severe cold. These people rowed the fire rhino boat and quickly dived into the depths, but clearly they had no intention of carrying Lin Feng and Jin Xinyuan. Originally, Lin Feng could take out the 4 ferocious cauldron and use it to protect him and Jin Xinyuan. But now, Ning Han's Huang was sealed within the cauldron. Therefore, he couldn't use the 4 ferocious cauldrons. I have a treasure here, too. As soon as Jin Xinyuan finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a flying shuttle appeared. This flying shuttle could hold 4 or 5 people. Lin Feng and Jin Xinyuan entered it. The flying shuttle's speed quickly increased as it dived deeper. The flying shuttle was made of fire-attribute materials that could withstand the cold of the lake. Soon, they saw the fire rhino boat below. Crack, crack! When they dived to a depth of about 900 meters, the fire rhino boat seemed to be unable to withstand the terrifyingly low temperature and began to crack. The expressions of the 20 people on the fire rhino boat became very unsightly. Xiang Jin said in a low voice, "Increase your speed to the maximum. We must enter the cave before the fire rhino boat is destroyed." Xiang Zijia nodded gloomily and poured his magic power into the fire rhino boat. The fire rhino boat's speed instantly increased. At that moment, the flying shuttle also began to crack. However, the flying shuttle could only hold Lin Feng and Jin Xinyuan, so it didn't consume as much energy as the fire rhino boat. Swoosh! Finally, before the fire rhino boat cracked, it charged into a cave that was enveloped by a curtain of light. Immediately after, the flying shuttle charged in as well. Lin Feng and Jin Xinyuan walked out of the flying shuttle. They observed their surroundings. This was a huge platform with a cave in its depths. There were 4 words written on it: Immortal Creation Cave. This should be the cave that the Snow Flood Dragon had obtained. It really is the Immortal Creation Cave. The creation fossil must be inside. Brother Migres, Brother Tianzong, I'll have to trouble you to break the restrictions. Xiang Jin said, "All right." Priest Migres and Priest Tianzong nodded. They began to break the restrictions. Xiang Zijia's sinister gaze fell on Lin Feng and Jin Xinyuan. He said, "Shouldn't we get rid of these 2 first?" Xiang Jin's mouth also revealed a trace of killing intent. He said, "There's a limit to the number of creation fossils. It seems that we need to clear out some spots to enter the cave." Chu Jian nodded and said, "In that case, let's kill these 2. Boom! More than 20 experts from the Xiang clan and the Chu clan surrounded Lin Feng and Jin Xinyuan. "Let's fight them to the death." Jin Xinyuan gritted his teeth. "They're just a bunch of clowns." Lin Feng sneered. "The temperature here is extremely low. Even though the Xiang clan and the Chu clan are all experts, the temperature here is extremely low. Although the Xiang clan and the Chu clan were both experts, they could only use 30% of their strength. Lin Feng had heavenly fire protecting his body, so he could use at least 80% of his peak strength. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't care about those people from the Xiang clan and the Chu clan. Boom! Lin Feng charged into the crowd and slashed out with Sky Splitter. Slash! Slash! The sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. Screams rang out one after another. 5 or 6 experts from the Xiang clan and the Chu clan were sent flying, their bodies torn in half by Sky Splitter. The Sky Tyrant Lightning technique. Lin Feng's attacks didn't stop. He used the Sky Tyrant Lightning technique to condense the power of lightning and punched out. Bang! Bang! One after another, the experts from the Xiang clan and the Chu clan were sent flying by Lin Feng. Their bodies exploded in the air. How is this possible? You're not suppressed at all? Xiang Zijia cried out in disbelief. Die! Lin Feng's eyes were cold as he charged at Xiang Zijia. He wanted to kill this person the most. Brat, do you really want to fight to the death? Xiang Jin's expression was gloomy. He took out a treasure, a small golden bell. It emanated a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying the world. The small golden bell was actually a Dao treasure. Lin Feng frowned. His opponents had Dao treasures, so it would be very difficult to deal with them. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of time. If the snow flood dragon escaped from the 5 leaders and returned to its nest, everyone would die here. Lin Feng sneered and didn't attack again. He looked at Jin Shengyuan and said, "Protect me, I'll break the formation." Jin Shengyuan nodded. It was obvious that Jin Shengyuan had made ample preparations. He also took out a Dao treasure, which was a blood-red sword surrounded by a bloody light. Jin Shengyuan held the Dao treasure and looked at the people around him cautiously. Xiang Jin and the others had wanted to wait for Lin Feng to break the formation before attacking Lin Feng. They wanted to catch Lin Feng off guard, but when they saw Jin Shengyuan's Dao treasure, they had no choice but to give up. Lin Feng's skills as a heaven-ranked formation master were fully displayed, coupled with the fact that he had the mountain-moving Taoist method of breaking formations. He was the first to break the formation. He and Jin Shengyuan quickly entered the formation. Then Lin Feng sealed the formation so that Xiang Jin, Xiang Zijia, and the others couldn't enter. Damn it! They went in. Xiang Jin, Xiang Zijia, and the others' expressions were ugly. Open. At that moment, Tian Zong and Tian Quan worked together to break the formation. Chase after them. If they get the creation stone, kill them at all costs. Chapter 881. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan rushed into the depths of the cave. When they arrived, they saw a strange stone in the middle of the cave. Half of the stone was surrounded by black qi. The other half was surrounded by white qi. Yin and Yang qi were revolving around it. Good heavens, this must be the creation stone. It's made of Yin and Yang qi. No wonder the snow flood dragon is so strong. Lin Feng was astonished. Collect! He unleashed a powerful dermic power to collect the creation stone. However, at this moment, powerful formation runes surged out. Around the creation stone, the formation runes intertwined. The deployment inscriptions released a terrifying power and moved towards Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. At that moment, Xiang Jin, Xiang Zijia, Chu Jian, Tian Quan, Tian Zong, and the others rushed in as well. Use your Tao weapon to stop them. I'll break the deployment inscriptions, said Lin Feng. Jin Shengyuan nodded solemnly. He wielded his blood-red sword and slashed at the dozen or so people who had entered the cave. His sword qi moved towards Xiang Jin and the others. Die! Xiang Jin shouted coldly and took out his small golden bell. The small golden bell was also a Dao artifact and possessed boundless power. Now that it had been activated, it emitted waves of destructive energy waves and blasted towards Jin Shengyuan. Clang! The attacks from the two Dao tools collided violently in the void. Many people coughed up blood because of the shock waves. That was a Tao weapon. When Tao weapons collided, they were extremely powerful. Even a cultivator of the yin-yang layer could die from a Tao weapons collision. Now that the Tao weapons had collided, they had indeed created a great destructive power. Shouted Xiang Jin, "Everybody, activate your Tao weapons with me. If we kill Jin Shengyuan, Lin Feng will definitely die, and the creation stone will fall into our hands." Die. More than a dozen cultivators poured their magic power into the small golden bell. Under the combined power of more than a dozen cultivators, the small golden bell's power suddenly increased greatly. The small golden bell swept over and collided with Jin Shengyuan's blood-red sword. Whoa! Jin Shengyuan coughed up blood because of the power of the bell. His face turned pale. He also wielded a Dao artifact. The other party had over 10 cultivators activating the Dao artifact together. Naturally, the power unleashed by the Dao artifact was far superior to the power unleashed by Jin Shengyuan alone. However, Jin Shengyuan knew that he could not take a step back now. Once he retreated, Lin Feng, who was in the middle of breaking the formation, would be attacked by these people. At that time, all his efforts would be for naught. The fossil would be snatched away by them. Jin Shengyuan was still waiting to create a fossil to extend the life of his uncle, the golden-winged Great Peng Emperor. Life burn! Jin Shengyuan roared. His life force started to burn crazily. Jin Shengyuan only had 1,000 years of lifespan. However, he had instantly burned 500 years of his lifespan. Jin Shengyuan burned his lifespan without any regard for his life to activate the Dao artifact. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Jin Shengyuan to be so crazy. "Uncle is my only family. I won't let him die. I want to save him." Jin Shengyuan gritted his teeth. Lin Feng was moved by his words. That was what it meant to have blood relations. It was just like Lin Feng's third uncle, Lin Xiong. In order to save Lin Feng, he knew that he would die, but he still pushed Lin Feng away. In the end, Lin Feng survived, but Lin Xiong was killed by Du Guotian. In order to save his uncle, Jin Shengyuan was also willing to burn his lifespan without regard for his own life. After burning 500 years of his lifespan, the weapon spirit of the blood-colored sword awakened. Blood-robed sword sovereign, sword shakes the 9 heavens. An endless amount of blood mist was being emitted from the blood-red longsword, which was a Dao artifact. A mysterious man wearing a blood-red robe appeared in the blood mist. This was the weapon spirit of the blood-colored sword. With the weapon spirit awakened, the power of the Dao artifact increased greatly. Then, dense blood-colored sword chi shot toward Xiang Jin and the others. Is this guy crazy? The expressions of Xiang Jin and the others changed drastically. Cultivators cherished their lives the most. Normally, very few cultivators would burn their lifespan to activate their magic treasures. Xiang Jin and the others did not expect Jin Shengyuan to burn his lifespan. He did not just burn his lifespan. Moreover, he burned his lifespan for 500 years in one go. This was crazy. Xiang Jin and the others hurriedly controlled the golden bell to enlarge and block in front of them. The dense sword chi bombarded the golden bell, as if a giant spirit god was striking the golden bell. The golden bell was sent flying. It then slammed into Xiang Jin, Xiang Zijia, and the others, sending them flying as well. Their faces were as pale as paper. Xiang Jin said in a low voice, "Everyone, Jin Shengyuan burned 500 years of his lifespan to awaken the weapon spirit of the Tao artifact. Let's not cherish our lives anymore. We should also burn our lifespan to awaken the weapon spirit. Otherwise, the fossil will be taken by them. Although the group did not want to burn their lifespan, it was obvious that they had no other choice. One by one, they began to burn their lifespan to activate the golden bell. Break, just as Xiang Jin, Xiang Zijia, and the others were burning their lifespan to activate the golden bell, Lin Feng shouted. He immediately broke the restriction that enveloped the fossil and took it. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda appeared. Next, Lin Feng took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and used it to protect himself and Jin Shenyuan. It's finally done. Jin Shenyuan was extremely excited. Stop them. Xiang Jin, Xiang Zijia, and the others were going crazy. Their faces were contorted. They had more than 20 people at most, and there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. On the other hand, Lin Feng's side only had 2 people. If the fossil was snatched away despite having such a huge force, they would feel extremely aggrieved. More than 10 people frantically activated the golden bell to attack Lin Feng and Jin Shenyuan. The golden bell's weapon spirit also appeared. It was a big golden man. He swung his fist. However, Lin Feng's 7 treasures glazed pagoda's defense was too strong. It blocked the golden bell's attack. As for Jin Shenyuan, he took out his blood-colored sword and slashed at the cultivators, blocking his way. Puff, puff, puff. He killed 3 experts in a row. Lin Feng and Jin Shenyuan killed their way out. The 2 of them quickly rushed out. Jin Shenyuan took out his flying shuttle. Lin Feng and Jin Shenyuan entered the flying shuttle and rushed upwards. Xiang Jin, Xiang Zijia, and the others also chased out in rage. They entered the flame rhino boat and rushed upwards. Whoosh! The flying shuttle was the first to rush out. Got it! Lin Feng shouted. Granny Feng Li, take them and leave first. I'll stop these people. Golden-winged, Rock King shouted. Granny Feng Li only hesitated for a moment before rushing towards Lin Feng and Jin Shenyuan. She grabbed them and tore through the void to leave. You're courting death. The snow flood dragon, Xiang Hongtu, Taoist Yuanzhen, and Chu Dongchen almost went crazy. They all roared and charged towards the Rock King. They wanted to kill him. I've been injured for 300 years. I've sealed myself and barely managed to survive until now. It's time to undo the seal. The Rock King's eyes were cold. He formed thousands of seals and sent them into his body. Suddenly, an indescribably terrifying aura spread out from the Rock King's body. It was as if an immemorial demon god had descended into the world. The Rock King undid the seal. Crack, crack. The moment the seal was undone, the Rock King's internal injuries also exploded. The Rock King's body began to crack like porcelain. This scene was both horrifying and heartbreaking. The Rock King did not only seal his strength, but also his Rock King's internal injuries. Now that he could no longer suppress them, his body was about to be destroyed. Apocalyptic destruction. The Rock King shouted and pressed his right hand across the void. An illusory world condensed and formed. The illusory world seemed to contain billions of worlds and endless stars. The illusory world was collapsing and being destroyed. The world suppressed the snow flood dragon, Xiang Hongtu, Taoist Yuanzhen, and Chu Dongchen. The 4 of them were struck by lightning and were sent flying. Their faces were pale and blood flowed out of their orifices. When the energy dissipated, the Rock King had disappeared without a trace. As expected of one of the 2 supreme cultivators of the monster clan, the Golden Rock King. He's really strong. But now that he's undone the seal, his internal injuries have healed. He won't be able to hold on for long. The snow flood dragon roared furiously. Those four won't be able to escape from Snow Province. They're dead. They're dead. Xiang Hongtu's face was also distorted. When we catch them, we'll crush their bones and scatter their ashes. Chu Dongchen roared furiously. I'll send their souls to purgatory. They'll never be able to live again. Taoist Yuan Zhen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Chapter 882. Whoosh. The air shook, and the great Peng King appeared, falling from the sky. Wah! The great Peng King spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Uncle! Senior! Jin Shenyuan, and Lin Feng quickly ran over. Jin Shenyuan held the great Peng King in his arms. The great Peng King's aura was very weak. His situation was not good. Jin Shenyuan's face was full of fear. He was worried that the great Peng King would die. Uncle, don't leave me behind. If you do, I won't have any family left. Jin Shenyuan's voice was mournful. Granny, quickly check on the great Peng King. How is he? Lin Feng said anxiously. Granny Feng Li walked over and checked on the great Peng King. She sighed and said, his Dao injuries have healed. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on much longer. Granny, please save my uncle. I beg you, Jin Shenyuan begged. Where's the creation stone? Take it out. I want to refine it into his Zifu. Granny Feng Li said. The Zifu was a very important acupoint in a cultivator's body. It was the resting place of the primordial spirit. It was also the bridge for cultivators above the creation realm to communicate with the world. The Dao injuries would first destroy the Zifu. After the Zifu was destroyed, the Dao injuries would quickly spread throughout the cultivator's body and kill him. Here, Lin Feng hurriedly took out the creation stone. Whoosh! Granny Feng Li raised her knife and cut the creation stone in half. This was the creation stone that belonged to the great Peng King and Jin Shenyuan. Then, Granny Feng Li made many complicated seals. This was a refining technique. There's not enough time. I can only refine it for a short time. Granny Feng Li said in a low voice. The snow flood dragon, Xiang Hongtu, Taoist Yuan Zhen, Chu Dongchen, and the others would definitely be searching for them. Lin Feng naturally knew this. Therefore, time was life. After a short time of refining, Granny Feng Li placed the creation stone into the great Peng King's Sifu. The great Peng King's aura began to stabilize. Thank you, Taoist. The Rock King opened his eyes. This has really toppled my understanding of the world. To be able to persist for 300 years without dying while suffering from a Dao injury is shocking enough. Granny Feng Li sighed. She then looked at Jin Shenyuan and said, help your uncle up. Let's find a place for him to rest. Granny, thank you for your kindness. Jin Shenyuan was filled with gratitude as he helped the great Peng King up. Swoosh! Granny Feng Li slashed down again, splitting the remaining half of the creation fossil into 2 pieces. She took 1 piece, and the other piece was obviously for Lin Feng. Lin Feng stared blankly for a moment before revealing a joyful expression. He had never thought that Granny Feng Li would also help him make some fossils. After interacting with Granny Feng Li for some time, Lin Feng felt that Granny Feng Li was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. It could be seen from how she treated the great Peng King. Thank you, Granny. Lin Feng put away the creation stone and bowed to Granny Feng Li. There's no need to be so polite. I don't buy it. Let's go and find a quiet place. Hopefully, we can deceive everyone. Granny Feng Li used her magic power to wrap everyone up and flew into the distance. Finally, they stopped in a mountain range. Snow Province had always been covered in snow, so even the mountains were covered in snow. The 4 of them found a cave and hid inside. Then, Granny Feng Li used a spirit array technique to seal the cave. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had always underestimated Granny Feng Li. Now, Granny Feng Li's array technique was much better than the one Lin Feng had mastered. Granny Feng Li was not only a powerful blacksmith. Moreover, she was an extremely powerful spirit array master. You guys should take the time to rest. There might be a big battle. Granny Feng Li raised her eyelids and said she was worried that they would be discovered sooner or later. After all, the Snow Province was the territory of the Xiang clan. Now, not only the experts of the Xiang clan, but also the Chu clan, Daoist, Yuanzhen, and the Snow Flood Dragon were all looking for their whereabouts. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan nodded and closed their eyes to rest. But neither of them was sleepy. Jin Xingyuan occasionally looked at the great Peng King, who was sitting cross-legged in the depths. He was full of worry. With the Stone of Fortune suppressing Senior's Zifu, his Dao injury should be suppressed. Senior will definitely gradually recover. You don't have to worry too much. Lin Feng patted Jin Xingyuan's shoulder and said, Jin Xingyuan gritted his teeth and said, if it wasn't for my uncle's Dao injury, the Snow Flood Dragon, Xiang Hongtu, Daoist Yuanzhen, and Chu Dongchen would be just clowns in front of my uncle. How did Senior get injured? Lin Feng asked curiously. Jin Xingyuan's eyes were filled with hatred. 300 years ago, my uncle was going through the reincarnation tribulation. At the most crucial moment of the tribulation, he was ambushed by 9 experts. Although he succeeded, he still suffered a Dao injury. Who were these people? Lin Feng was shocked. I don't know. My uncle never mentioned them. But I heard from an elder in the clan that there were monks from the Buddhist kingdom of the West, Taoist experts, emperors of the ancient dynasty, sacred lords of the ancient sacred land, and even ancestors of the demon clan. It seems like these people don't want the great Peng King to become a rebirth realm expert. Lin Feng sighed. After interacting with the great Peng King for a while, Lin Feng felt that the great Peng King didn't put on any airs. He was amiable and approachable, just like a close elder. The great Peng King had become famous at a young age. Back then, many elders of the demon clan had hoped that the great Peng King would be able to unify the demon clan and end the chaotic division of powers. Perhaps this was the reason why some powers were afraid of the great Peng King. As for the experts who had attacked the great Peng King, it was understandable that there were ancestors of the demon clan. The demon clan's power distribution was very chaotic. Some demon clans didn't care about worldly affairs and stood aloof from worldly affairs. However, some demon clans were cruel and merciless. They killed the innocent and were extremely ambitious. Most demon clans might support the great Peng King, who was a wise king, to unify the various powers of the demon clan. However, some demon clans definitely didn't want to see this happen. These demon kings wanted to live a free and unrestrained life. If they were subdued by the great Peng King, such days would be gone forever. Therefore, some ancestors of the demon clan also participated in that battle. They wanted to kill the great Peng King before he fully grew up and prevent him from unifying the various demon clans. Lin Feng suspected that the ancestors of the demon clan who had attacked the great Peng King had something to do with the demon king of Raging Flames and the other demon kings. This was because the demon king of Raging Flames and the other demon kings were all great devils who killed without batting an eye. They definitely didn't want to be subdued and restrained by the great Peng King. Therefore, they wanted to kill the great Peng King. The great Peng King spent a day familiarizing himself with the use of making fossils and suppressing his Dao injury at the same time. Then they set out. Before leaving the Snow Province, the 4 of them obviously wouldn't separate. The great Peng King suggested that they go to the Luan Prefecture. The Luan Prefecture was adjacent to the Snow Province and was the closest prefecture to them. If they could enter the Luan Prefecture and leave by the transmitting formation the Xiang clan, the Chu clan, Taoist Yuanzhen, and the Snow Dragon wouldn't be able to do anything to them. After making up their minds, they set out in the direction of the Luan prefecture. However, the four of them were stopped by the experts of the Xiang clan. The Snow Dragon, the Xiang clan, the Chu clan, and Taoist Yuanzhen were each responsible for one direction to search for the Great Peng King, Granny Feng Li, Lin Feng, and Jin Xinyuan. Chapter 883. The densely packed crowd of cultivators was probably no less than 1,000 people. They were all strong cultivators from the Xiang clan. They had already surrounded King Zhanpeng, Grandma Feng Li, Lin Feng, and Jin Xinyuan. "We've been waiting here for a long time," said Xiang Hongtu coldly. He walked out and glanced at the four cultivators. When he saw the great Peng Emperor, he was astonished. "Your Dao injury is healed. How did you manage to suppress it again?" asked the great Peng Emperor. "I have my ways." King Zhanpeng looked cold. "So you're King Zhanpeng, the former Zun cultivator of the beasts. Now, you're going to die at the hands of the Xiang clan," said another voice. Another cold voice sounded out, and a white-haired old man walked out. That old man glanced at King Zhanpeng coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. That old man was called Xiang Mu. He was also an ancestor of the Xiang clan. The Xiang clan had sent out 2 ancestors at once. It was obvious that they were determined to win this battle. "Grandma Feng Li, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the creation stone and leave, and I'll spare your life. What do you think?" said Xiang Hongtu with a sinister smile. "Don't try to fool a child in front of me," said the old woman. Said Grandma Feng Li indifferently. "You're courting death," said Xiang Hongtu with a cold smile. Xiang Mu said, "I'll leave those 2 to you." "Understood," said Xiang Jin, Xiang Zijia, and the others. Xiang Mu and Xiang Hongtu attacked King Zhanpeng and Grandma Feng Li respectively. Xiang Mu was even stronger than Xiang Hongtu. His attacks were extremely violent and overbearing. He also had a precious treasure on him. It seemed like he was waiting for King Zhanpeng to undo the seal in his body. Then he would use his precious treasure to fight against King Zhanpeng. Xiang Mu had a lot of battle experience. He knew that King Zhanpeng's strength would increase explosively in a short period of time, but the backlash from his Dao injury would cause him to be severely injured. Xiang Mu wanted to drag King Zhanpeng to death. On the other side, Xiang Hongtu and Grandma Feng Li's battle was even more intense. They seemed to be evenly matched. In a battle between cultivators, the more evenly matched they were, the more intense the battle would be. "Tear those 2 little bastards to pieces," said Xiang Zijia with a ferocious smile. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of experts of the Xiang clan took out all kinds of magic treasures and attacked Lin Feng and Jin Xinyuan. With so many experts attacking at the same time, even a creation realm cultivator would be killed if they were not careful. However, Lin Feng had a defensive Dao artifact, the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. This defensive Dao artifact played a crucial role in this battle. Lin Feng took out the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, and it floated above Lin Feng and Jin Xinyuan. The 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda blocked all the attacks coming at them. Middle grade defensive Dao artifact. Xiang Zijia's face was extremely gloomy. Defensive Dao treasures were much more precious than offensive Dao treasures. Because it was very difficult to forge a Dao artifact, when a cultivator found precious materials to forge a Dao artifact, he would naturally choose to forge an offensive Dao artifact first. If he had an offensive Dao artifact, he would only consider forging a defensive Dao artifact when he forged a second Dao artifact. Therefore, the number of offensive Dao artifacts in the world of cultivators far exceeded the number of defensive Dao artifacts. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. there were very few defensive Tao artifacts, so they were naturally expensive. Watch me break his defensive Tao artifact with my Dharma treasure. Xiang Jin's expression was cold. He took out a small golden bell, which was an offensive Tao artifact. The small golden bell flew directly toward Lin Feng's 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Humph! Jin Xinyuan snorted and took out his blood-colored sword. He slashed at the small golden bell and sent it flying. Don't stop. Continue to attack with your Dharma treasure. There are so many of us, and there are only 2 of them. Their Dharma powers will be depleted very quickly if they use their Tao artifacts. They won't be able to hold on for long. Xiang Zijia shouted loudly. Xiang Zijia was indeed an outstanding genius among the younger generation of the Xiang family. He could see Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan's weakness at a glance. Tao artifacts consumed a lot of energy. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan could not keep using their Tao artifacts. The Xiang family only needed to slowly grind Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan to death. Lin Feng said in a low voice, "We can't just sit here and wait for death. If this continues, we'll die." Right now, Granny and Senior are fighting against the 2 leaders of the Xiang family. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to escape. As long as we break out, Granny and Senior will have nothing to worry about. They'll be able to leave easily. Jin Shenyuan nodded and said, "Then let's break out. Which direction should we go?" "Let's break out from Xiang Zijia's direction." Lin Feng laughed coldly. Jin Shenyuan was surprised. Xiang Zijia was very strong, and he was a tough nut to crack. Jin Shenyuan had thought that Lin Feng would choose to break out from another direction. But since Lin Feng said that they should break out from Xiang Zijia's direction, Jin Shenyuan had no objections. "You can use the 7 treasures glazed pagoda later. I'll go and kill Xiang Zijia," Lin Feng said. "No problem." Jin Shenyuan nodded. As the great Peng King's nephew, he naturally had extraordinary skills. He could control 2 Tao treasures at the same time without any problems. "Let's go," Lin Feng shouted and rushed toward Xiang Zijia with Jin Shenyuan. "Little brat, are you here to die? Kill them all." Xiang Zijia shouted coldly. Over 100 cultivators around Xiang Zijia took out their Dharma treasures and attacked. Not far away, Xiang Jin controlled the golden bell and attacked again. The experts of the Xiang family also took out their Dharma treasures and attacked from all directions. These people wanted to wear down Lin Feng and Jin Shenyuan. Although these Dharma treasures couldn't hurt Lin Feng and Jin Shenyuan, they were powerful enough to push them back to their original positions. They couldn't break out and were like turtles in a jar. At that moment, Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar. It was a broken imperial weapon. It was the supreme treasure of the heaven-devouring great emperor, although its power was greatly reduced because it was broken into pieces. It still had a powerful devouring ability. It could devour all kinds of Dharma treasures. After the heaven-devouring jar was taken out, it quickly became bigger. Black fog filled the sky and devoured the Dharma treasures. One by one, the Dharma treasures were devoured by the heaven-devouring jar. Then, the heaven-devouring jar severed the spiritual connection with the Dharma treasures. Barf. Many cultivators of the Xiang family suffered from the backlash and vomited blood. Of course, because the heaven-devouring jar was broken, it couldn't continuously devour Dharma treasures. Many Dharma treasures still attacked Lin Feng and Jin Shenyuan. However, the Dharma treasures were blocked by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Lin Feng charged toward Xiang Zijia. "Little brat, are you here to die?" Xiang Zijia laughed when he saw Lin Feng charging towards him. He used the 1,000 miles of ice to freeze Lin Feng. Immortal divine body, 9 steps of death. However, Lin Feng didn't hold back at all. He awakened the immortal divine body. Then, Lin Feng used the immortal divine body's special ability, the 9 steps of death. Lin Feng took 3 steps in a row. Bang! Xiang Zijia's divine ability was instantly broken. Xiang Zijia was sent flying and vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. His expression changed drastically. Xiang Zijia didn't expect Lin Feng to have a special body constitution. He quickly retreated, hoping to avoid Lin Feng's attack. While retreating, Xiang Zijia was also awakening his special body constitution. However, Lin Feng was too fast. He didn't give Xiang Zijia any time to awaken his special body constitution. Lin Feng reached out his right hand and grabbed Xiang Zijia's head. With a sudden force, Xiang Zijia's head was removed from his neck. Buffed. Chapter 884. Young Master Zijia has been killed. Many experts of the Xiang family roared, their eyes filled with killing intent. Xiang Zijia was a genius of the Xiang family who had awakened his special constitution. He was one of the top 3 figures in the younger generation of the Xiang family. Xiang Zijia's status was even more important than Xiang Jin, a creation realm expert. Today, there were many experts in the Xiang family, but Lin Feng still managed to kill Xiang Zijia amidst the experts of the Xiang family. The higher-ups of the Xiang family would all be punished. Everyone present would be severely punished. When they thought of this, many experts of the Xiang family were filled with hatred for Lin Feng. Kill this brat! Boom, boom, boom. The experts of the Xiang family attacked. All kinds of powerful divine abilities bombarded Lin Feng. Bang! The attacks of the experts of the Xiang family immediately bombarded Lin Feng's body. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng was drenched in blood. In many places, white bones could be seen. This brat is already seriously injured. Next time, we'll take his life. Seeing that Lin Feng had suffered such serious injuries, the experts of the Xiang family immediately became excited and roared loudly. All kinds of powerful divine abilities bombarded Lin Feng again. These divine abilities formed a torrent of attacks that drowned Lin Feng. Immortal divine body. Lin Feng sneered and began to circulate his immortal divine body. The immortal divine blood emitted immortal divine power and poured into every part of Lin Feng's body. Immediately after, Lin Feng's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Isn't this too monstrous? When the experts of the Xiang family saw this, their eyes almost popped out. When the second wave of attacks crashed onto Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's injuries were already 70 to 80% healed. After enduring the second wave of attacks, Lin Feng suffered a heavy blow. His skin and flesh were lacerated. In many places, his bones were even broken. However, Lin Feng's body quickly recovered with the help of the immortal divine blood. At this time, Jin Xingyuan had already killed more than 10 experts of the Xiang family and arrived beside Lin Feng. The 7-colored light from the 7 treasures glazed pagoda protected Lin Feng. Let's go. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword under the protection of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, Jin Xingyuan's sword. The 2 of them slaughtered their way out of the encirclement of over 1,000 people. Then, the 2 of them flew off into the distance. Lin Feng had golden wings. Jin Xingyuan's wings. Wings, Xingyuan's blood. In the primordial era, when the golden-winged great rock spread its wings, it could travel 80,000 miles with a flap of its wings. Jin Xingyuan was much faster than Lin Feng. 10 days later, they arrived at the border between Snow Province and Luanzhou. Here, Shang Xingyuan's S. There was a huge mirror in the sky, scanning the sky. This mirror is very similar to the complete sky mirror. We can't hide from it. Let's go somewhere else and see if we can pass through the Snow Province and head to the Shengyuan continent. Lin Feng said. Jin Shengyuan nodded. He and Lin Feng went somewhere else. However, the border between the Snow Province and the Shengyuan continent had been completely sealed by the Xiang family. There was a mirror floating in the air everywhere, scanning the cultivators coming and going. As long as Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan appeared, they would be locked on by the Xiang family. Such a mirror is priceless. The Xiang family of the Snow Province actually took out so many of them, as expected of an ancient power. Lin Feng frowned. Jin Shengyuan said, "This is the foundation of an ancient power." 3 days later, Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan saw the experts led by Xiang Jin. "Maybe we can choose to pass through the Death Swamp," Lin Feng said. The Death Swamp was an extremely dangerous place. There were poisonous gas, ferocious beasts, and even the legendary Heavenly Demon Clan. Entering the Death Swamp was a narrow escape from the Snow Province and the Shengyuan continent. The Death Swamp was obviously not guarded by the Xiang family. "Okay, let's cross the Death Swamp." Jin Shengyuan gritted his teeth. There was no time to delay. The experts of the Xiang family were gathering at the frontier fortress. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan entered the Death Swamp. Black fog lingered as far as the eye could see. There was no place for them to land in the Death Swamp. After flying for more than 30 miles, Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were poisoned. They kept coughing up blood, and their faces became paler. This damned place. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. He said, "We need to find a place to land. I'll concoct some antidotes. Without them, the two of us will be poisoned to death in 3 days." Jin Shengyuan nodded. He and Lin Feng continued to fly deeper. After an hour, they finally saw a bare mountain. They landed on the mountain. Lin Feng quickly took out his medicine cauldron and took out all kinds of spiritual herbs to concoct antidotes. There were 72 antidotes in one cauldron. Lin Feng concocted 2 cauldrons of antidotes. He and Jin Shengyuan each took one. Take it once every 3 days. It can resist the poison in the Death Swamp. Lin Feng said. He took an antidote and sat cross-legged on the ground to refine it. Jin Shengyuan also took out an antidote. Just like Lin Feng, he also started to refine it. However, at this moment, the mountain they were on suddenly shook violently. Then, the entire mountain turned into a gigantic stone man. The stone man stretched out his hand and tried to grab Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. It was too sudden. Fortunately, Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were fast enough. They shot up and dodged the stone man's hand. "It's a mountain monster." Lin Feng looked serious. Mountains had spirits. After cultivating, they could turn into mountain monsters. When the mountain monsters evolved, they would become mountain monsters. When the mountain monsters evolved, they would become mountain gods. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan quickly ran away, but the mountain beast's gigantic hand was already moving towards them. That mountain beast had practiced cultivation for a very long time. Lin Feng couldn't dodge. Attack together. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. He took out his black dragon sword and slashed at the mountain monster's hand. On the other hand, Jin Shengyuan slashed out with his blood-red sword. Clang! There was a loud sound. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were sent flying by the mountain monster. Their bodies quickly fell into the swamp. Boom! At this moment, the aura of a ferocious beast spread out from the Death Swamp. In the next moment, a 10,000-meter-long crocodile crawled out of the swamp. The crocodile was too big. Lin Feng had never heard of such a huge crocodile before. Chapter 885. A terrifying, devouring power surged out and engulfed Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan. The two of them were shocked to find that they couldn't resist. The crocodile's cultivation was too strong. They could only watch as the crocodile devoured them. Roar! An angry roar was heard. The mountain demon was furious because the crocodile was about to devour its prey. The mountain demon waved its right hand and smashed the crocodile's head. The crocodile's thick tail whipped at the mountain demon. Bang! It was as if two ancient demon gods had collided. The earth shook, and the mountains shook. Both the crocodile and the mountain demon were powerful enough that it was difficult for them to suppress each other. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan took advantage of the moment when the crocodile and the mountain demon collided to break through the crocodile's devouring power. Then they quickly ran away. Before the crocodile's mouth closed, they barely escaped. How dangerous! The two of them were covered in cold sweat. Now that they had escaped, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They sped up and ran deeper into the swamp to get rid of the mountain demon and the crocodile. The death swamp is more dangerous than we thought. Lin Feng frowned. Jin Shenyuan nodded. He was also worried. However, he and Lin Feng had no way out. They had to cross the death swamp to survive. 6 hours later, the sword and tent in front of them reached the sky. It was as if a peerless divine weapon was about to be born. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were shocked. They quickly ran forward. A large forest appeared in the swamp. The forest was eerie. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan didn't land in the forest because the death swamp was full of danger. They didn't know what kind of terrifying beings would appear underground. When they reached the periphery of the forest, the sword and tent became more intense. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were shocked. They sped up and ran deeper into the forest. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were shocked when they saw a sword stuck in the ground. It was the sword that was emitting a soaring sword intent. This was definitely a supreme treasure. Beside that sword was a corpse. At that moment, it had already become a pile of bones. Could it be a sword Dao expert who died here? Lin Feng said. Jin Shenyuan nodded and said, "It's possible." The two of them flew over, wanting to examine the skeleton and the treasured sword. But when they arrived in front of the skeleton leaped up like a bolt of lightning and slashed at Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan with its sword. Sword Qi rampaged. The moment he was enveloped by the sword Qi, Lin Feng felt an aura that made his soul tremble. This was the aura of death. He was shocked to find that he couldn't even dodge this sword. The skeleton was too powerful. Its aura locked onto Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan, making them unable to resist. At this moment of life and death, Lin Feng activated the ancient dragonesque elephant art. Finally, the terrifying aura that enveloped his body dissipated. He quickly summoned the 7 treasures, glazed pagoda to protect himself and Jin Xingyuan. The sword that was supposed to cut Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan in half struck the 7 treasures, glazed pagoda. The 7 treasures, glazed pagoda, felt like it had been hit by a mountain. It slammed into Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan's bodies, sending them flying. Their faces were pale, and they coughed up blood. The skeletal creature's strength was simply too great. Rumble, at that moment. A golden light shot into the sky from the forest. Following that, a small golden person drove a golden chariot over. The small golden person was only the size of a palm, but its aura was monstrous. Lin Feng had seen golden giants before, but this was the first time he had seen a palm-sized person. He didn't know what kind of race it was, but its body was so small. Nay, the neighing of war horses could be heard from another direction. Gallop! Gallop! 3 stone horses were pulling a stone chariot. A half-meter-tall stone person was standing on the chariot. Stone horse, stone person. Heavens! It's a holy spirit of the stone race. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. A holy spirit of the stone race was an existence on par with the sacred battle apes. They were born by the heavens and nurtured by the earth. Once they were born from stone, their strength would be unimaginable. How many years has it been since I saw a human cultivator enter the death swamp? I really miss the delicious flesh. The small golden person licked his lips. His voice was indescribably eerie. Han Chi, you actually hid it from us and wanted to take these two for yourself. Are you looking down on us? The stone person looked at the skeleton coldly. The skeleton's head turned, and a cracking sound could be heard. Didn't you come in time? Said the skeleton. Let's go. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were terrified. These three creatures were too terrifying. They weren't something they could fight against. Lin Feng took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and wrapped it around him and Jin Xingyuan. The two of them activated the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and rushed into the distance. A Tao artifact. It must taste good, said the small golden person sinisterly. He raised his right hand and slashed out a golden beam of light. The skeleton slashed out with a sword. Sword chi shook the sky. The stone person rode on a stone horse, and the space around the horse collapsed. A destructive force shot out from the void toward Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. Bang! The attacks of the 3 creatures landed on the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda's defense was instantly broken. After that, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda lost its spirituality and went back into Lin Feng's body. He wouldn't be able to summon it again for a few days. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan also suffered a heavy blow. They were bleeding from their 7 orifices. The 3 creatures were too strong. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan couldn't fight back at all. Die, kid! The 3 creatures rushed over, each of them filled with murderous intent. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan's faces turned pale. They were at their wits' end, but they couldn't do anything in this situation. Just as they were about to be killed, caw, 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 caw. The caw of a crow came from the forest. Next, a crow surrounded by flames flew out. It was an extremely rare fire crow of the Crow clan. The fire crow spat out 3 balls of fire toward the skeleton, the small golden person, the stone person, and the stone horse. Damn it! It's the cursed crow. How dare it ruin our plan? Let's kill it together. The 3 creatures roared angrily. They destroyed the fire crow's attack and charged forward. The fire crow grabbed Lin Feng and fled into the distance. You can't escape, the little golden man yelled in a sinister voice. I'll cut you to pieces, roared the stone person. I'll eat your flesh and drink your blood. The skeleton laughed. Chapter 886. Stop, it's a cursed cave. We can't go in, or we'll be cursed. The stone man said with a gloomy expression. The golden man roared angrily. Damn it! Damn it! We actually let them escape. The skeleton said, Curse slaves, they're lucky this time. The next time we meet that crow, we'll definitely kill it. With that, the skeleton flew into the distance. Although the stone man and the golden man were unwilling, they also chose to leave. The cave was deep. A gloomy and cold chi enveloped Lin Feng's body, which made him shiver with fear. Jin Xingyuan also felt the same. Although the fire crow had saved their lives, Lin Feng felt that the fire crow had its own motives. As for what its motives were, he still didn't know. In the end, the fire crow landed in the depths of the cave and threw Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan to the ground. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. The two of them hurriedly bowed. The fire crow's sinister eyes looked at Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan, causing them to feel a chill down their spines. The fire crow was obviously up to something. There's no such thing as love or hatred without reason in this world, so everything has 2 sides. I took a huge risk to save you, so you have to help me do something. The Fire Crow said, Senior, what do you want us to do? Lin Feng braced himself and asked, What era is it now? The Fire Crow asked, It's been 10,000 years since the ancient times, Jin Shengyuan said. Time really flies. More than 30,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The Fire Crow sighed. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan felt their scalps go numb. What era was the Fire Crow from? More than 30,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Didn't that mean that it had lived for at least 30,000 years? Wasn't its lifespan a little too long? Senior, do you have a way to live forever? Lin Feng asked cautiously. The Fire Crow laughed strangely and said, Do you also want to have such a long lifespan? Lin Feng said, Can I obtain such a secret technique? The Fire Crow said gloomily, Who said it was a secret technique? It's a curse. This cave is called the Cursed Cave. I became a Fire Crow and was trapped here for more than 30,000 years. I can't leave for all eternity. I can't break free from the control of the Cursed Cave. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Cursed Cave. Now that the two of them had also entered the Cursed Cave, could it be that they would suffer the same fate as the Fire Crow? If he were to be imprisoned here for all eternity, it would be a fate worse than death. Don't worry, not everyone has the right to be cursed by the Cursed Cave. The two of you clearly don't have the right to be cursed. If those three guys come in, I guarantee that they won't be able to return. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan heaved a sigh of relief. However, it was clear that they were still deeply worried because they had already fallen into the hands of the Fire Crows. What their future would be like was still unknown. Senior, what do you want us to do? Lin Feng asked. In the face of danger, Lin Feng was not someone who would back down. Even though he knew that his future was unpredictable and that his life and death were unpredictable, he would not choose to run away. The Fire Crow cackled and said, You'll know when the time comes. Of course, I won't restrict your freedom forever. Once I get what I want, I'll let you go. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan nodded and looked for a place to rest. As soon as they sat down, Lin Feng felt his hand touch something. He looked down and was given a fright. There was a pile of bones scattered around him, and he had grabbed a skull. Lin Feng jumped up from the ground, his expression uncertain. He asked, Senior, who did this skeleton belong to? Caw, caw. The Fire Crow cackled, but did not answer Lin Feng's question. Lin Feng rubbed his nose to hide his embarrassment. Look, there are so many skeletons. Jin Shengyuan pointed around the cave. There were piles of skeletons on the ground. There were at least a few hundred of them. Could it be that they are the same as us? Are they cultivators who were captured by the Fire Crow in the Cursed Cave? Lin Feng's expression was ugly. Jin Shengyuan was the same. With so many people dead, they began to worry. Don't be pessimistic. Once we're done, you'll regain your freedom. These people were all abandoned by time. The Fire Crow said. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan were not optimistic. The two of them found a place without any skeletons and sat down to rest. Lin Feng asked, Senior, who were you 30,000 years ago? You must have been someone who shocked the ages, right? The Fire Crow fell silent. It then sneered and said, Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Lin Feng didn't know whether he was dead or alive, so he decided to be courageous. He said, Senior, why are you so cold? We're living under the same roof. The Fire Crow could not help but say, Are you going to give up? Is that why you're asking so many questions in front of me? Over the years, I've seen people like you, and more than once. People with this kind of mentality will end up as skeletons around you. Perhaps soon you'll become one of them. Lin Feng said, Who says I'm going to give up? Actually, I want to discuss the distribution of benefits with you. The fire crow almost fell to the ground. It was speechless and said, "Kid, you're selling your life for me in exchange for freedom, and you still want to split the benefits? Can you be any more shameless?" Lin Feng said, "As the saying goes, the world is bustling with activity for benefits. We brothers can only fight with everything we have and hope for survival. If we can also benefit, we'll work even harder." The fire crow said, "Unhappily, you're full of evil ideas." The fire crow then fell silent. 3 days later, the fire crow took Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan and left. They flew towards the depths of the death swamp for 10 days and passed by a mountain range. Boom! Suddenly, an endless amount of demonic aura shot up into the sky from the mountain range. "Ha ha ha ha! You've imprisoned me for 50,000 years, but I'm still alive. Despicable human beings. When I recover, I'll eat all of you." A mysterious man in a black robe appeared from the churning demonic aura. The man's aura was extremely evil, and his eyes were cold and emotionless. His eerie voice echoed in the sky. Heavenly demon, run," Jin Xingyuan said with a pale face. Lin Feng was also pale with fright. They had encountered a heavenly demon here. A heavenly demon was an existence on the same level as a god. Even the fire crow and the heavenly demon would die if they encountered one, let alone them. Whoosh, whoosh. However, it was too late to escape now. The heavenly demon's cold eyes looked at the fire crow, Lin Feng, and Jin Xingyuan in the distance. Chapter 887. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a heavenly demon that has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Its physical body has already been destroyed, and only a part of its origin and soul is left. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan calmed down slightly. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, are you confident that you can kill this heavenly demon?" Lin Feng had his eyes on the heavenly demon's origin. If he could kill the heavenly demon and refine its origin, then his cultivation might be able to break through immediately. In the world of cultivators, the bold would die from overeating while the cowardly would starve to death. The fire crow glanced at Lin Feng and said, "You're quite bold, but I have the same intention. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Boom! At this moment, the heavenly demon was already charging towards the fire crow, Lin Feng, and Jin Xingyuan. The heavenly demon floated in midair, its sinister eyes looking at Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan as it said with a sinister smile, "I really didn't expect that I would be able to eat such delicious food right after being born." The heavenly demon was the most bloodthirsty and brutal of the demons, but it was also the most powerful of the demons. There were no heavenly demons in the Tianwu continent. It was obvious that this heavenly demon was a heavenly demon that had come from outside during the chaos of the Middle Ages. Lin Feng pointed at the fire crow beside him and said, "Our cultivation levels are low, so eating us won't help you much. This senior fire crow has a high cultivation level, so why don't you eat it?" The fire crow rolled its eyes and flapped its wings, sending Lin Feng flying hundreds of meters away. "I'm just joking. Why are you so angry?" Lin Feng got up from the ground. The heavenly demon sneered, "I don't have time to chat with you. Crow, leave now and I'll spare your life." The fire crow was enraged and sneered, "Are you blind? I'm a fire crow, not a crow." In fact, the fire crow had always been depressed. It had been a handsome and carefree person, but it had been cursed and turned into a fire crow. Today, the heavenly demon had called it a crow, which made it even angrier. Crows were a lowly race. Fire crows were a noble race. Who cares what kind of crow you are? Get lost, or I'll turn you into a dead crow. The heavenly demon was extremely arrogant as he sneered. The fire crow was so angry that its entire body trembled. It sneered and said, "You've been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. I can see that your brain has been destroyed along with your body. You don't even have a physical body anymore. You're only left with a part of your source energy and a remnant soul. How dare you boast so shamelessly in front of me? Die." The fire crow soared into the sky and spat out endless clouds of fire towards the heavenly demon. "Demon swallows the heavens." The heavenly demon sneered. It opened its bloody mouth and sucked. In an instant, the heavenly demon devoured the cloud of fire that the fire crow spat out. Then, the heavenly demon rushed up and waved his right fist, using the heavenly demon fist at fire crow. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. Fire crow was sent flying by the heavenly demon's punch. No way! Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were speechless. The two of them were confident that Fire Crow could defeat the heavenly demon, but they didn't expect Fire Crow to be sent flying by the heavenly demon's punch. "Run!" Lin Feng shouted from afar. Fire Crow cawed twice and said, "You two go and delay it for a while. I have a way to deal with this heavenly demon." Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan could only bite the bullet and attack the heavenly demon. Lin Feng summoned the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect him, and Jin Xingyuan. The heavenly demon sneered, "Lowly ants, your fate is to be devoured by me." As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly demon punched. Slash! Lin Feng wielded the black dragon sword and attacked the heavenly demon. Jin Xingyuan wielded a blood-red sword and attacked the heavenly demon. A defensive Tao artifact protected them. At the same time, the two of them activated 2 offensive Tao artifacts and attacked the heavenly demon. However, the heavenly demon was too strong. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan's attacks were instantly destroyed. Then, the heavenly demon's punch landed on the defensive barrier formed by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were sent flying, their faces extremely pale. A Tao artifact is not bad. The heavenly demon's expression was indifferent as he punched out again. Bang! That powerful punch once again landed on the defensive barrier formed by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. This time, the defensive barrier shattered. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were sent flying by the energy waves. The two of them kept coughing up blood. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Even a powerful existence like the Fire Crow was not a match for the heavenly demon. How could he and Jin Xingyuan be a match for the heavenly demon? The Fire Crow wanted him and Jin Xingyuan to fight against the heavenly demon. Wasn't this like hitting a rock with an egg? The heavenly demon quickly charged forward, wanting to destroy Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. Their expressions changed drastically. They wanted to turn around and escape, but the demonic fog rolled over and enveloped the two of them. It was too late for them to escape. "Senior Fire Crow, are you trying to play us to death?" Lin Feng shouted, "No one can save you." The heavenly demon sneered and reached out his hand to grab Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. At this moment of crisis, a deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. "That is the power of the curse that has existed since the creation of the world. Now that I have become the incarnation of the God of curses in the mortal world, someone has blasphemed the great Tao of curses. Please send down the power of the curse to punish this lowly creature." As the voice faded away, waves of terrifying curse power descended from the sky, blasting towards the heavenly demon. Great curse technique. This is the great curse technique. Wasn't this technique lost in the primordial era? You actually know the great curse technique. The heavenly demon cried out in fear. He didn't even care about Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan. He turned around and frantically fled into the distance. It's useless. Once the power of the Great Curse technique descends, no one will be able to avoid it. The fire crow's voice was cold. Boom. The terrifying power of the curse struck the heavenly demon's body. Crack, crack. The heavenly demon's body began to crumble. No, no, no. I'm not willing to die like this. I've been trapped for tens of thousands of years and finally escaped. How can I die like this? Heavenly demon disintegration technique. The heavenly demon roared and began to use the heavenly demon clan's ultimate divine ability. Seeing the heavenly demon disintegration technique, Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. He had obtained the cultivation method of the heavenly demon disintegration technique in the heavenly demon tomb. And Lin Feng had also cultivated this divine ability. He knew how terrifying this divine ability was. Once the heavenly demon disintegration technique was used, it could increase one's combat power by 10 times for a short period of time. Of course, the user would lose most of their lifespan, and their cultivation base could also be greatly reduced. It was the most overbearing and desperate method. The heavenly demon was clearly going all out. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly rushed over. He slashed his sword at the heavenly demon, who was using the heavenly demon disintegration technique. He had to stop the heavenly demon. Otherwise, once the heavenly demon disintegration technique was used, the heavenly demon's cultivation base would increase by 10 times, and everyone would die. Boy, do you think you can stop me? You're overestimating yourself. The heavenly demon sneered, and a demonic hand appeared in the void. The demonic hand slapped the void. Half of Lin Feng's body immediately exploded. Even a body as strong as his could not withstand it. If it were anyone else, they would have died without a burial place. Lin Feng endured the excruciating pain and quickly rushed to the heavenly demon. He slashed the heavenly demon's body, and the heavenly demon, who was using the heavenly demon disintegration technique, was immediately interrupted. At this moment, Fire Crow had also rushed over, flapping its wings. The power of the curse surged into the heavenly demon's body like a tidal wave. Bang! The heavenly demon's body directly exploded, and its remnant soul was destroyed. Only the origin energy was left floating in the air. Ah, the heavenly demon's origin. I'll devour. Lin Feng activated his immortal divine body to repair his body while madly devouring the heavenly demon's origin. Chapter 888. Brat, this is my heavenly demon's origin. Huoya roared and flapped his wings, sending Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng threw himself at the fire crow again. He didn't pay attention to it. The only way to stop me from plundering the heavenly demon's origin is to kill me. Jin Xinyuan also rushed over and began devouring the heavenly demon's origin. After Lin Feng absorbed enough heavenly demon's origin, the next step was to refine it and increase his cultivation level. They landed on a barren mountain in front of them and began cultivating. Although Huoya was not the strongest existence in the death swamp, he was not someone that any beast dared to provoke. The beasts in the death swamp all avoided the place where Huoya was cultivating. Lin Feng circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art and began refining the heavenly demon's origin. Lin Feng was now at the peak of the 7th firmament of the Yin-Yang realm. The heavenly demon's origin contained the power of tribulation. After refining it, Lin Feng estimated that he would be able to attract the heavenly tribulation. The 8th firmament of the Yin-Yang realm required tribulation. Only by successfully transcending the tribulation could one break through to the 8th firmament. Of course, transcending the tribulation was a huge and difficult test for cultivators. Since ancient times, more than 90% of cultivators at the 7th firmament of the Yin-Yang realm failed to break through to the 8th firmament. If they were lucky, they could survive, but they would never be able to break through again. However, more people died, tragically. Therefore, Lin Feng had been suppressing his cultivation level because transcending the tribulation was too important. He could not fail. Once he failed, it would mean that his cultivation path had come to an end. After spending 3 days, Lin Feng finally refined the heavenly demon's origin. The power of tribulation surged between Lin Feng's eyebrows. It was the power of the heavenly tribulation. A tribulation has appeared between my eyebrows. My heavenly tribulation is about to descend. Lin Feng looked up. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and lightning interweaved. Waves of destructive power surged within the lightning. This destructive power fused with the power of thunder. This was the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was about to descend, and the death swamp became quiet. Some powerful beasts stayed away from the area covered by the heavenly tribulation. Lin Feng flew into the air. Huya and Jin Shenyuan woke up from their cultivation. Jin Shenyuan was delighted. Brother Feng is going to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Brother Feng has accumulated a lot of resources, so passing the heavenly tribulation shouldn't be a problem for him. Once he succeeds, his strength will rise to an unimaginable level. The thunderclouds above the 9 heavens grew larger and larger. Originally, they only covered an area of 10 miles. However, more and more thunderclouds were gathering. Soon, the thunderclouds covered an area of 50 to 60 miles. In the end, the thunderclouds covered an area of over 100 miles. Firecrow was shocked. Cultivators have to overcome the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. There are a total of 12 Tao tribulations before they can cultivate the great Tao. This brat is only undergoing his first Tao tribulation. How can his heavenly tribulation be so huge? For ordinary cultivators, it would already be considered heaven-defying if their heavenly tribulation could cover an area of 2 to 3 miles. However, Lin Feng's heavenly tribulation covered an area of over 50 kilometers. It was indeed shocking. Even a knowledgeable ancient existence like the Fire Crow found it hard to believe. Lin Feng stood in the sky, looking at the heavenly tribulation that covered an area of over 50 kilometers. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. His savings were 300 times more than other cultivators of the same level. This guaranteed that he would have the strength to kill a high-level cultivator even when he was at a lower level. However, the heavens were fair. Since the heavens gave him such great strength, they would definitely suppress him in other aspects. For example, Lin Feng was a cultivator who had broken through a long time ago. Now that he was undergoing his tribulation, the terror of his heavenly tribulation was far beyond his imagination. Boom! The first bolt of heavenly tribulation smashed toward Lin Feng. The purple lightning that was as thick as a mountain came crashing down. The void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Come! Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was excited. He went against the heavens and punched the lightning that was as huge as a mountain. Lin Feng's Tao was the Tao of supremacy. The Tao of supremacy was to look askance at the heavens and sweep everything before it. Even in the face of the terrifying heavenly tribulation, Lin Feng wouldn't shrink back. All of his strength was condensed into this punch. Bang! The lightning that was as thick as a mountain was shattered by Lin Feng's punch. Immediately after, the second bolt of heavenly tribulation came crashing down. Lin Feng's second bolt of heavenly tribulation was a huge lightning snake. The lightning snake that was 1,000 meters long descended from the sky. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng. Break! Lin Feng roared and attacked with the sky tyrant lightning art. The second bolt of heavenly tribulation shattered. Groan. A loud dragon roar sounded. The third bolt of heavenly tribulation came. The third bolt of heavenly tribulation was a lightning dragon. Lin Feng was extremely arrogant. He went against the heavens and directly tore the lightning dragon apart. Jin Shunyuan was completely dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone transcend heavenly tribulation like this. When others transcended heavenly tribulation, they were trembling with fear. It was also extremely difficult to resist the heavenly tribulation. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took the initiative to attack. In a short time, he broke 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation. Not to mention Jin Shunyuan. Even Huoya was dumbfounded. The 4th bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed into an ancient war chariot. Wherever the ancient war chariot passed, the void collapsed. Lin Feng roared and threw 3 consecutive punches to destroy the ancient war chariot. The 5th bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed into a sword, aura. The sword slashed through heaven and earth and swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, on the other hand, displayed the sword Tao that he had comprehended. He condensed a supreme sword and slashed out. It collided with the sword aura condensed by the heavenly tribulation. The 2 sword auras were annihilated. The 6th bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed into a lightning blade. The attack power of the lightning blade increased crazily. Lin Feng's expression became serious because he felt that this heavenly tribulation was different from the previous ones. Although the previous heavenly tribulations were also increasing in power, there was a limit to the increase. Each time, it would increase by 1 or 2 times. However, Lin Feng felt that the power of this lightning blade tribulation was more than 100 times stronger than the previous heavenly tribulation. The power increased by more than 100 times in one go. The increase was too terrifying. This time, Lin Feng was injured by the lightning blade, and his body was almost cut in half. What a terrifying lightning blade! Lin Feng's expression changed. He took out his golden core and shattered the lightning blade. Then he used his immortal divine body to repair his damaged body. Die! The 7th bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed into a giant miracle god. It held a huge axe and chopped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's golden core soared into the sky, absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation while fighting against the giant miracle god. Clang! Clang! After 36 consecutive collisions, the giant miracle god was shattered by Lin Feng's golden core. Lin Feng's golden core crazily absorbed the power of the heavenly tribulation like a whale drinking water. The fluctuations emitted by his golden core also became stronger and stronger. Rumble, the 8th bolt of heavenly tribulation, condensed into a huge army that crushed down. Lin Feng soared into the sky and fought against the army. He was almost annihilated several times, but Lin Feng's immortal divine body was too powerful and was able to repair his body time and time again. Huoya's expression changed. The 6th bolt of heavenly tribulation only appears when one breaks through the life and death realm. This brat actually withstood such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Jin Shunyuan was shocked when he heard Huoya's words. He asked, since it's necessary to break through the life and death realm, why did Brother Feng have to undergo such a terrifying heavenly tribulation on his first try? Huoya replied, that's because the heavens don't allow such a heaven-defying genius to be born, so they want to destroy him. Boom! At that moment, the 9th bolt of heavenly tribulation condensed in the sky. It was an illusory figure. It looked like a young great emperor. When it appeared, the world fell silent. This is the emperor's tribulation. Huoya cried out. What is the emperor's tribulation? Jin Shunyuan asked. The emperor's tribulation is an illusory figure imprinted in the sky by a cultivator who has reached the emperor realm. That illusory figure in the sky should be an imprint left behind by that great emperor when he was young, when he underwent his first heavenly tribulation. It's now the brat's ninth bolt of heavenly tribulation. Huiya's expression was grave. Jin Xingyuan's expression changed drastically. Doesn't that mean Brother Feng has to defeat a young great emperor at the same level as him to succeed? Huiya smiled bitterly and nodded. That's right. The emperor's tribulation has appeared. If he can defeat the young great emperor, he'll succeed. If he fails, he'll be killed by the young great emperor. Chapter 889. He descended from the sky like a celestial being. The young great emperor's first attack made Lin Feng feel threatened. Break! Lin Feng roared. His path of supremacy was to sweep away all enemies and be invincible. So what if the young great emperor was invincible? Even the young great emperor might not have been stronger than him during his tribulation. This was the importance of the Tao. If he didn't have the Tao to support his belief, he might have collapsed when he felt the young great emperor's aura. However, with the path of supremacy, Lin Feng established his belief. Supremacy, invincibility, sky rend, sword intent, condensed. The sword and saber merged and slashed at the young great emperor. Clang! The two attacks collided, and a destructive shockwave spread out from the center of the collision. Lin Feng was swept by the shockwave and was sent flying. The young great emperor was also sent flying. Swoosh! The young great emperor didn't stop, and he charged at Lin Feng again. With a wave of his hand, he seemed to be able to shatter the heavens, and he slashed at Lin Feng. In the void, a dazzling killing light condensed and tore through the sky, enveloping Lin Feng. What a powerful attack! Lin Feng could feel the destructive power in the attack. The destructive power was hidden within the killing light. Once it exploded, it would be like a thunderbolt. As expected of the young great emperor's attack, it was powerful. This time, Lin Feng used the immemorial divine ability, Star-Plucking Hand. The hand plucked the stars and captured the sun and moon. A huge palm condensed in the void and grabbed at the young great emperor's killing light. The immemorial star-plucking hand could even pluck stars from outer space, let alone an attack condensed from a divine ability. Crack! As expected, the immemorial star-plucking palm caught the killing light that the young great emperor had unleashed. Then it shattered. Jin Xingyuan said in shock, "Brother Feng can suppress a young great emperor at the same level? Isn't he too strong?" The fire crow replied, "This is just the beginning. The young emperor won't just be this weak." As if to verify Fire Crow's words, the young great emperor walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Whoosh! Suddenly, one split into two, two into four into eight. There were hundreds of young great emperors. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Hundreds of young great emperors charged towards Lin Feng, swinging their divine fists at Lin Feng. Pooh! This time, Lin Feng suffered a blow. His body shifted horizontally while his body was drenched in blood. The young great emperor's attack had injured Lin Feng. Even Lin Feng couldn't tell which of the great emperors was the real one. The young great emperor obviously didn't want to give Lin Feng a chance to catch his breath and quickly chased after him. Hundreds of figures attacked Lin Feng together. Lin Feng was sent flying again, but this time his injuries were even more severe. His left arm was almost chopped off, and there was a bloody hole in his abdomen. Lin Feng quickly retreated, dodging the young great emperor's thunderous attacks. At the same time, Lin Feng began to circulate his immortal body to heal his injuries. However, Lin Feng's expression changed. when he realized that a strange power was preventing his immortal body from healing his body. Clearly, this strange power had been left in Lin Feng's body when the young great emperor had injured Lin Feng earlier. All powers in the world were mutually reinforcing and counteracting each other. And now, Lin Feng's immortal body was being suppressed by the young great emperor. Since the young great emperor couldn't use his immortal body's ability to heal his body, Lin Feng was in great danger. Jin Xinyuan could also see the danger Lin Feng was in. He said worriedly, "Brother Feng can't use his special constitution, and the young great emperor's attacks are so strange. How will Brother Feng block the young great emperor's attacks?" Huiya's expression turned grave. It was indeed what Jin Xinyuan was worried about. In Huiya's opinion, if Feng Lin couldn't even use his special constitution, then Lin Feng would most likely die. The young great emperor attacked Lin Feng again. Numerous figures appeared and charged at Lin Feng. It was this strange and terrifying move again. As expected of the young great emperor, he's really powerful. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This time, he didn't try to dodge, as there was no way to do so. The space between his eyebrows started to blink. Swoosh. Next, the heavenly demon snake eye opened. The heavenly demon snake eye was known as the Eye of Origin. It could see through all illusions. "Heavenly demon snake eye," Huiya exclaimed. Jin Xinyuan had heard of the heavenly demon snake eye before. He also exclaimed, "Brother Feng actually has the heavenly demon snake eye? That's the Eye of Origin." With the heavenly demon snake eye's power, the young great emperor's strange technique will be useless. The instant the heavenly demon snake eye opened, Lin Feng saw the figures disappear one after another. Only the young great emperor was left in the world. It was the young great emperor's true body. Swoosh! Lin Feng charged over. The Tao in his left hand was destroyed, and the Tao in his right hand was destroyed. The two Tao characters attacked the young great emperor. Bang! The young great emperor was sent flying. All the fake bodies disappeared, and only the real body remained. After taking Lin Feng's attack, the young great emperor's body became much more illusory. Lin Feng rushed forward, wanting to kill the young great emperor. However, the young great emperor formed a hand seal. Great Emperor's Seal. This was an emperor's technique created by the great emperor. It was invincible as it attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was enveloped by the emperor's technique, felt like his body no longer belonged to him. His body began to crack. Not good. The young great emperor knows an emperor's technique. Emperor's technique is an inheritance from the ancient times. It's a supreme technique created by a great emperor. Now that the young great emperor is using an emperor's technique, I'm afraid that kid is going to die. Jin Xinyuan's expression changed drastically. He said, "Senior, please save Brother Feng." Huiya said, "Cultivators need to resist the heavenly tribulation themselves, not others. If others help, an even more terrifying heavenly tribulation will descend. When the time comes, death will be inevitable. Then what should we do?" Jin Xinyuan's face was pale. He looked at Lin Feng anxiously. The young great emperor's seal was a terrifying emperor's technique. It hadn't even hit Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was already severely injured. If the attack landed on Lin Feng's body, what kind of injuries would he suffer? He would probably die instantly. Is this an emperor's technique? Lin Feng looked grave and dignified. He also knew that it was a moment of life and death. His 5 devouring martial spirits revolved. Lin Feng's fighting strength increased 5-fold. "I'll let you have a taste of my supreme technique." Lin Feng's eyes were ice cold. "Supreme reincarnation fist," shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He took a step forwards and threw a punch. Lin Feng's sovereign's path began to revolve. The ancient dragonesque elephant technique, the five emperors' dragon fists, the great purification technique, the sky tyrant lightning technique, the ancient star plucking hand, and many other secret techniques revolved around the sovereign's path. Cultivators who had a path would obtain a powerful ability after breaking through to the creation realm. It was an ability that was given to them by the path. However, cultivators could also use their own Tao to comprehend and create their own divine abilities. Since ancient times, which great emperor's technique had been given to them by the path? None at all. Every great emperor's technique had been created based on their own path. It had been perfected over time. Emperor's techniques were much more powerful than the abilities given to them by the path. After Lin Feng established his path, he began to practice his supreme technique. The Supreme Reincarnation Fist was a supreme technique created by Lin Feng. It was Lin Feng's first time using the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. When the Supreme Reincarnation Fist was used, the sound of a conch being blown and the longevity bell rang out between heaven and earth. The potential to become a great emperor. Heavens, that kid actually has the potential to become a great emperor. Rumor has it that when a cultivator with the potential to become a great emperor appears, the sound of a conch being blown and the longevity bell will ring. Hoya cried out in shock. Bang! Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist collided with the young great emperor's seal. Boom! It was as if two planets had collided. An energy shockwave capable of destroying the world spread out. Lin Feng and the young great emperor were both sent flying. After the collision, Lin Feng stood in the air, bent over, and gasped for breath. Chapter 890. I've finally broken through. Lin Feng sighed in relief as he watched the heavenly tribulation dissipate. What surprised Lin Feng even more than his breakthrough was his self-created Supreme Reincarnation Punch. It had actually blocked an Emperor technique. What a great Supreme Reincarnation Punch! Huya praised. Jin Xingyuan also flew over and said, Brother Feng, congratulations on breaking through. It was really difficult to break through this time. Lin Feng sighed and used his immortal body to heal his injuries. Then Lin Feng looked at the fire crow and asked, Master, did that young man use a great emperor's skill? It was an emperor technique, but it wasn't an emperor technique. Hoya said. Lin Feng asked curiously, What do you mean? The fire crow said, The young great emperor's experience in creating emperor techniques was very similar to yours. When he was young, he comprehended his own Tao and created his own divine ability, which was the great emperor's seal. Later, as his cultivation increased, he continued to improve the great emperor's seal. When he broke through to the emperor realm, the great emperor's seal completed its final transformation and became a true emperor technique. Lin Feng said, I understand. Senior, are you saying that the young emperor's great imperial seal was in its initial state, its equivalent to an embryonic form of an emperor technique? Huya nodded and said, You can put it that way. Of course, you can also understand it in another way. As one's cultivation increases, the great imperial seal will be divided into many layers, each layer stronger than the last. The great imperial seal that the young emperor used just now was the first layer of the great imperial seal. Lin Feng said, My Supreme Reincarnation Punch blocked the young emperor's great imperial seal. Does that mean that my Supreme Reincarnation Punch will have the same power as the great imperial seal in the future? Hoya said, The complete great imperial seal is an emperor technique from the ancient times. If you can break through to the emperor realm, your Supreme Reincarnation Punch will naturally be able to resist the great imperial seal. It might even be stronger than the great imperial seal. Taoist Flaming Crow was experienced and knowledgeable. He could already tell that Lin Feng's Tao was that of a paragon. If Lin Feng broke through to the emperor realm, if that was the case, then he would be a supreme emperor among emperors. Thus, it was natural that Lin Feng's supreme reincarnation fist was more powerful than the emperor's seal. Emperor realm. I'll definitely be able to do it. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Fire Crow and Jin Shenyuan continued their seclusion to refine the heavenly devil's origin. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was familiarizing himself with the increase in strength after his breakthrough. It could be said that Lin Feng had obtained great benefits from this breakthrough. Not only had his cultivation improved, but his willpower and confidence had also improved. The battle with the young great emperor had strengthened Lin Feng's belief in his Tao of supremacy. Jin Shenyuan was the first to refine the heavenly devil's origin. His cultivation level rose from the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm to the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Jin Shenyuan was 19 years old this year, but his strength had already reached the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. As expected of a genius from the demon clan who had the blood of the golden-winged roc flowing in his body. After Jin Shenyuan broke through, Huoya also woke up from his seclusion a day later. Huoya's cultivation level was unfathomable, so Lin Feng and Jin Shenyuan didn't know if Huoya's cultivation level had increased after refining the heavenly devil's origin. Rumble? At this moment, a series of loud noises came from afar. A huge flying ship came through the sky. Lin Feng said in shock, "A flying ship actually entered the death swamp. Which faction's flying ship is this? Why are they so daring?" "Time Cave. This is the flying ship of Tianzhou's Time Cave," Jin Shenyuan said. He recognized the sect insignia on the flying ship. Tianzhou was definitely a continent that had a thunderous reputation. Tianwu University's 63,000 continents. Tianzhou was one of the top 10 continents. Tianzhou had the most ancient factions. It was said that there were a total of 5 ancient factions. One had to know that there were only 2 ancient factions in the 72 northern continents. They were the Eternal Life Temple and the Barbarian Godly Temple. The Tianzhou, on the other hand, had 5 ancient forces. It was obvious just how powerful the Tianzhou was. Time Cave was one of the 5 great factions in Tianzhou. Tianzhou is over 100 continents away from the Death Swamp. Even if they used a space-time wormhole, it would take them a few years to cross the continents. Why would a cultivator from Time Cave come to the Death Swamp? Lin Feng was puzzled. For the heavenly devil fruit, Huoya said, "Heavenly devil fruit. What's that?" Lin Feng asked. "It's a sacred item of the heavenly devil clan." Huoya's eyes glowed. The heavenly devil clan. There really are heavenly devil clans. Are they the descendants of the heavenly devils who escaped with serious injuries during the Middle Ages? Lin Feng asked in shock. Chaos during the Middle Ages? Huoya pursed his lips and said, "The heavenly devil clan is divided into many branches. The heavenly devil clan that caused the chaos during the Middle Ages has already been killed. The heavenly devil clan is a descendant of the heavenly devil clan left behind in the Tianwu continent during the Great War of Gods and Demons. This clan is exceptionally powerful, but their ancestors made a blood oath that they would never leave the Death Swamp. Otherwise, the heavens would punish them, and they would be exterminated." Hiss. Lin Feng and Jin Shenyuan gasped. That oath was too vicious. Jin Shenyuan asked, "Why would the heavenly devil clan's ancestor make such a vicious oath?" Huoya replied, "The great war of gods and demons affected countless astral areas. Countless living beings died during that war. The heavenly devil clan was the imperial clan of the demon clan. They were extremely powerful, but they also suffered great losses during that war." Later on, a branch of the imperial clan descended on the Tianwu continent. They wanted to unify the Tianwu continent and make it their home, but the Tianwu continent was full of strong cultivators. The 100 saints of the human clan appeared one after another, and the heavenly devils were forced to retreat. In the end, they signed a treaty with the 100 saints of the human clan, stating that the heavenly devils would never leave the death swamp. I see. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan nodded. The ancient era was one of the most glorious eras in the history of the Tianwu continent. Many terrifying cultivators had appeared, and the 100 saints of the human clan were the best examples. No matter how strong the heavenly devils were, they were still no match for the 100 saints of the human clan. The 100 saints of the human clan weren't just great in the ancient era. Even in the long history of the human clan, they could be called great. In the distance, the Time Cave's flying ship was flying over. Said Huya, smiling coldly, "The Time Cave is underestimating the Swamp of Death. They're flying above the Swamp of Death so brazenly. Just wait and see. The Time Cave's people are going to be in big trouble. We'll just hide and watch the show." Huya, Lin Feng, and Jin Shenyuan flew off into the distance and hid in a dense forest. Nay, the sound of horses neighing could be heard. In the distance, 3 stone horses were pulling a chariot. The stone man was standing on top of the chariot. When they saw the stone man, Huya, Lin Feng, and Jin Shenyuan didn't dare make a sound. They were afraid that they would be discovered. That was a terrifying being that even Huya couldn't fight against. "We can hunt today," a cold voice said as the golden person rushed over. The skeleton, wielding a treasured sword, also flew over. It was filled with killing intent. "I like delicious meat." "What a feast," said Lin Feng. The swamp split open, and a terrifying being with 6 heads and 18 arms walked out. It looked like a demon. Heavens! What kind of race is that? When he saw that being, Lin Feng sucked in a cold breath. It seemed that there were far more terrifying beings in the deathly swamp than he had imagined. These terrifying beings had already appeared, but the people of the Time Cave hadn't. Chapter 891. That's an expert from the celestial demons. His name is Akaji Xia. Huya whispered. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan nodded. No wonder the other party looked so strange. He was an expert from the celestial demons. It seemed that the celestial demons were much stronger than they had imagined. Why had the 100 saints of the ancient era signed an agreement with the celestial demons' ancestors to imprison them in the swamp of death instead of exterminating them? The reason was that the celestial demons were still very powerful even though they had been defeated. If the humans had really wanted to exterminate them, they would have had to fight back before they died. At that time, the humans would have lost countless lives. It seems that I've come at the right time. The 5th expert appeared. It was a demonic ape with 2 heads and a pair of wings. It was unknown what race it belonged to, but its aura wasn't any weaker than the others. It was another overlord of the Swamp of Death. Hiss! A 3,000-meter-long snake slithered over from the distance and turned into an exceptionally handsome man. The Snake King was also an overlord. The 6 experts didn't say much when they appeared. They just charged at the Time Cave's ship. Huya said, "They're all the top experts of the Swamp of Death. Even I am no match for them." Huya was very strong. If even Huya felt inferior, it was obvious how strong the 6 experts were. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. How strange. Haven't the people of the Time Cave sensed anything? They didn't react at all. Jin Xingyuan also felt strange. Could it be that the people of the Time Cave are waiting for the 6 overlords to appear? Humph! Hurry up and leave, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll make you bleed. At that moment, a cold voice was heard from the Time Cave's ship. The experts of the Time Cave had discovered the 6 overlords. Lowly creatures, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly in front of us. You really don't know the meaning of death. You're all just prey for us. The Snake King flicked his forked tongue. Boom. The 6 overlords attacked at the same time. They used their supreme techniques and attacked the Time Cave's ship. 9 frightening dragon strikes. A sea of rocks surged. An army of thousands. His killing intent was as vast as the sea. The wrath of Buddha destroyed the world. Heavenly Dipper God splitting slash. These 6 overlords were indeed incomparably powerful. Which of the divine abilities that they executed didn't possess the might to destroy heaven and earth? 6 divine abilities blasted towards the flying ship. Even with such a powerful flying ship, it was impossible for it to withstand the attacks of the 6 overlords. You're courting death. But in the face of such a terrifying attack, an ice-cold voice came from the Time Cave flying ship. That voice was filled with biting, cold, killing intent. Immediately after that, a middle-aged cultivator in snow-white clothes stepped out from the flying ship. He held a golden sword in his hand. 1 sword to destroy the world, 1 sword to wither, 1 sword to bury 100 eras, 1 sword to sever time. The white-robed cultivator wielded his sword and slashed towards the 6 overlords. Sword Chi swept across the 6 powerhouses. The might of the sword Chi was so powerful that it instantly destroyed the attacks of the 6 overlords. It's an imperial weapon, Lin Feng exclaimed. That was an aura that surpassed that of a divine weapon. It was an aura that made the great Tao lie dormant. Only an imperial weapon could emit such a terrifying aura. Jin Shenyuan said, "It's the Time Sword. The Time Cave was created by a great emperor of the immemorial era, the flowing time great emperor before he ascended to the undying realm. This time sword is an imperial weapon refined by the flowing time great emperor. It seems like the flowing time great emperor left his imperial weapon to his descendants before he ascended. Imperial weapon, quickly retreat." The 6 hegemon-level existences all cried out in horror. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't fight against an imperial weapon. "If I let you escape so easily, where will my Time Cave put its face?" The white-robed cultivator's voice was indifferent. Even when facing the overlords of the Death Swamp, he was still so domineering, as expected of an immemorial era power. Moreover, it was an immemorial era power that possessed an imperial weapon. Such a power was considered the strongest power in the 3,000 continents of the Sky Martial Continent. Time slash, the white-robed cultivator slashed out with his sword. That slash enveloped the 6 overlords. Time flew by. No matter how many years it was just a drop in the ocean. The time slash caused the 6 overlords to age rapidly. My lifespan instantly decreased by 3,000 years. The tiny golden person cried out in horror. "Let's fight, let's fight." The other overlords were in a similar situation. Each of them spat out the essence blood in their body and used it to increase their battle strength. They joined forces to block the time slash. However, the sword Chi still spread out and pierced through the 6 overlords' bodies. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately after, the 6 overlords escaped with injuries. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The white-robed cultivator didn't chase after them. He returned to the flying ship. The flying ship continued to fly into the distance. Isn't this imperial weapon too strong? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He could feel that although the white-robed cultivator was strong, there was still a huge gap between his strength and the 6 overlords. However, he was able to heavily injure the 6 overlords of the Death Swamp with his imperial weapon. This was the might of an imperial weapon. It was truly oppressive. If the Imperial Weapons God was revived, it might really be able to slay a god. Lin Feng asked curiously, Imperial weapons are used to protect the sex fate. They won't be used unless it's absolutely necessary. Now, the Time Caves expert is using an Imperial weapon to obtain the Heavenly Demon Fruit. Senior, do you know what the Heavenly Demon Fruit is? Jin Xingyuan looked at Huya. It was his first time hearing about the Heavenly Demon Fruit. He was very curious. Do you know why the heavenly demons are so strong? Huya didn't answer. It was said that the heavenly demons had the strength of the rebirth realm when they reached adulthood. If they were slightly more talented, they could break through to the deity realm. This race was indeed heaven-defying. However, Lin Feng didn't know why this race was so strong. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan shook their heads. Huya said, it's because of the heavenly demon fruit. It can create an imperial fetus in the Dantian. The imperial fetus is like a tiny primordial spirit. It can cultivate. Once the imperial fetus is formed, the heavenly demon's strength will increase explosively. The stronger the imperial fetus, the stronger the heavenly demon will be. What's an imperial fetus? Asked Lin Feng. After breaking through to the fortune realm, the golden core in the Dantian will transform again. At that time, it will transform into a nascent soul. An imperial fetus is the strongest nascent soul, said Huya. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard Huya. No wonder the heavenly demons were so strong. It was because they had an imperial fetus. Chapter 892. Let's go to the Empyrean Devil Clan as well. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait another 10,000 years. //s//pavilion uploads readers blasphemy % said Huya. The Empyrean Devil Fruit was also important to Huya because his saint fetus was also an ordinary saint fetus. If he ate the fruit, his saint fetus could also evolve into the strongest emperor fetus. Jin Xingyuan asked, does it take 10,000 years for the Empyrean Devil Fruit to ripen? Huya replied, that's right. It takes 10,000 years for the Empyrean Devil Fruit to ripen. Good, very good. We have to snatch a few Empyrean Devil Fruits. Lin Feng clenched his fists. This was a treasure that could increase one's cultivation. It was such a great opportunity. How could they miss it? If they missed it, they would regret it for 10,000 years. Even after 10,000 years, they might not be able to obtain it. Moreover, 10,000 years was too long. They had to seize every moment. Every time the Empyrean Devil Fruit ripens, the Empyrean Devil Clan will guard it tightly. It won't be easy to snatch it. However, since someone has used an imperial weapon this time, there might be an opportunity. If we succeed, we'll return your freedom, said Huya. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were delighted. The three of them didn't stop and flew towards the Empyrean Devil Clan. The Empyrean Devil Clan was located in the Empyrean Devil Mountain Range, in the Swamp of Death. The Empyrean Devil Clan had subdued many ferocious beasts and were patrolling the mountain range. After arriving, Huya, Lin Feng, and Jin Xingyuan didn't rush to sneak in. They were too big of a target during the day, and they would be easily discovered by the patrolling ferocious beasts. They waited for night to fall. When night fell, they avoided the patrolling ferocious beasts and sneaked into the Empyrean Devil Clan's lair. From a distance, they could see that the Empyrean Devil Clan had more than 300 people. In the depths of the Empyrean Devil Clan's lair was an ancient tree. It was an Empyrean Devil tree that could bear Empyrean Devil fruits. According to rumors, this was a mysterious demonic tree that was formed at the beginning of the world. Even now, it was probably difficult to find 10 of them even if one searched the entire universe. The Empyrean Devil Clan had an Empyrean tree. The injured Empyrean Devil Clan's devil overlord was also there. Clan leader, someone is here with a great imperial weapon. The heavenly demon said. An old sky demon said coldly. Anyone who tries to steal our sky demon race's saint fruit will die. Right now, the cultivators from the time cave had yet to appear. Therefore, Huya, Lin Feng, and Jin Xinyuan naturally wouldn't make a move. They were waiting for an opportunity to arrive. The heavenly devils of the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan all looked very strange. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, while others looked no different from humans. That's not the true appearance of a celestial demon. Celestial demons can transform into whatever they want. Fire Crow said. Lin Feng and Jin Xinyuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This heavenly demon was actually so strange. The Fire Crow continued. That's why we have to remember each other's life aura and not be confused by the heavenly demons. Yes, Lin Feng and Jin Xinyuan nodded. These heavenly demons had set up sacrificial altars. They wanted to offer sacrifices to the heavens. Although the heavenly devil race was extremely evil and cruel, it was still a race of heavenly devils. However, this race was indeed powerful and possessed many terrifying methods. The heavenly demons used sacrifices in exchange for a mysterious power. This mysterious power would enter the heavenly devil fruit and allow it to ripen. Under the leadership of the patriarch, more than 300 heavenly demons devoutly offered sacrifices. Boom! A terrifying power descended from the heavens and enveloped the heavenly devil tree. Then, the 9 heavenly devil fruits devoured this power. However, the heavenly devil fruits turned from black to gold. They've ripened. Even the experts of the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan were excited. After 10,000 years of waiting, the 9 heavenly devil fruits would naturally make the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan go wild with joy. My race would like to borrow a few heavenly devil fruits. We hope that the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan can part with them. The white-robed cultivator came over with the time sword. It's this person. The injured heavenly devil overlord glared at the white-robed cultivator. He was a top expert of the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan. Who are you? The patriarch of the Heavenly Devil clan said coldly. Time cave Amoli, the white-robed cultivator said. So, it's someone from the time cave in Tianzhou. Leave quickly, and my race can spare your life. The patriarch said, You really don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, everyone, attack. The white-robed cultivator shouted coldly. Ha ha, the heavenly devil fruit. We've been waiting for it for a long time. Loud laughter rang out. A cultivator with a huge axe appeared. Tianzhou's divine axe sect. The Heavenly Devil Remnant clan is no longer the ancient race. Your race has already declined. Cold laughter rang out as a cultivator with a halberd walked over. Tianzhou's Void God sect. Since the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan doesn't know what's good for them, we might as well steal all the heavenly devil fruits today. Another expert walked over. This one was shrouded in gray fog. Tianzhou's evil spirit Dao sect. Since that's the case, why don't we steal all the heavenly devil fruits that the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan has been storing for so many years? I don't believe that they don't have any. Coquettish laughter rang out. This time, a woman with an enchanting figure walked out. She wore a long pink dress that perfectly displayed her curvaceous figure in front of everyone. Tianzhou's Red Dust Pavilion. Good heavens, the 5 ancient factions of Tianzhou have all come. Jin Xinyuan said in surprise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon after, more than 3,000 cultivators flew over. These cultivators were clearly experts from the 5 ancient factions. This time, the 5 ancient factions had made ample preparations. Lin Feng said, the Imperial weapon is so powerful. The Heavenly Devil Remnant clan won't be able to resist the 5 ancient factions, right? Hoya nodded and said, "We'll make our move when the battle reaches its climax." Slash. A low roar echoed through the 9 heavens. Time coquettish, Mo Li wielded the Imperial weapon and attacked the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan's leader. Clearly, Xiao Moli wanted to kill the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan's leader. As long as he could kill him, the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan would fall into chaos. Humph! The Heavenly Devil Remnant clan's leader snorted. Light flashed in his hand, and an ancient and mysterious stone weapon appeared. It was unknown what era this treasure was from, but it was actually made of stone. The treasure was 3 meters long and shaped like a huge blade. The Heavenly Devil Remnant clan's leader slashed the stone weapon at Xiao Moli. Clang! The 2 treasures collided, and both sides were sent flying. What kind of weapon is that? How can it be so powerful? It actually blocked the Imperial weapon's power. Lin Feng and Jin Xinyuan were both astonished. Imperial weapons were peerless existences. They were practically invincible. But now, the stone weapon had blocked it. It was too shocking. That's a stone tool. It's like the stone tribe's holy spirit. It's a weapon born from nature. A top-grade stone tool is indeed comparable to an Imperial weapon. Huya said. Lin Feng was astonished. He was also amazed by the power of the Creator. Something born from nature could actually give birth to such a terrifying weapon. It was unimaginable. Boom, boom, boom. A few thousand experts from the 5 ancient factions surrounded the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan's leader. Despicable creatures, die. The Heavenly Devil Remnant clan's leader said coldly. These heavenly devils were too powerful. Although they were few in number, their battle prowess was incredible. Slash, slash. The experts from the 5 ancient factions were constantly being killed by the heavenly devils. Too powerful. I'm afraid these few thousand experts won't be enough to kill the Heavenly Devil Remnant clan's leader. Lin Feng was astonished as he watched the experts from the 5 ancient factions die one after another. Groan. At that moment, a dragon's roar could be heard. In the distance, a pitch-black, 2-headed black dragon flew over at high speed. Its draconic aura spread for 100,000 miles. Dragon, it's a black dragon. Lin Feng was astonished. The Swamp of Death actually had such a terrifying creature. It was too shocking. That's the Swamp of Death's overlord, the Black Dragon Sage. Even it's here. Let's get ready to fight for the Heavenly Devil Fruit. Huya cawed. Rumble. In the distant forest, a stone man rode a stone horse over. Golden light soared into the sky as the golden dwarf attacked. The skeleton wielded a treasured sword and flew over with boundless murderous intent. The mountain demon walked through the swamp, causing the ground to tremble violently. The Serpent King transformed into a demonic youth. The crocodile transformed into a muscular man. Chapter 893. Boom. The overlords of the Death Swamp rushed towards the Heavenly Demon Fruit. Their goal was the Heavenly Demon Fruit. As for the battle to the death, they would let the Heavenly Demon race and the 5 ancient powers fight each other. Black Dragon Saint, take your people and leave. Otherwise, the Heavenly Demon race will fight you to the death. The leader of the Heavenly Demon race roared furiously. As a member of the dragon race, the Black Dragon Saint's cultivation was unimaginable. Even the leader of the Heavenly Demon race was wary of him. As for the other overlords of the Death Swamp, which one of them didn't have the power to destroy the world. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of the Heavenly Demon race? I have many experts under me. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win. The black dragon saint laughed coldly. The black dragon saint had cultivated for 15,300 years. 10,000 years ago, he had followed the previous king of the death swamp to snatch the heavenly demon fruit, but he had failed. Now that tens of thousands of years had passed, he had become the king of the beasts in the swamp of death. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this rare opportunity. If the 5 forces from the Tianzhou didn't come with their monarch's weapons, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Even if the heavenly demon race didn't have the heavenly demon fruit, it would be difficult to snatch it. Now, it was indeed an opportunity for the black dragon saint. "Stop them!" the leader of the heavenly demon race shouted. He was fighting with Xiao Moli and couldn't be distracted. Of course, the experts of the heavenly demon race went to stop the overlords of the death swamp. Heavenly Demon Punch. An elder of the heavenly devil clan charged towards the black dragon sage and punched towards him. Scram! The black dragon sage laughed malevolently and swung his huge dragon claw over. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The black dragon saint's huge dragon claw hit the elder of the heavenly demon race and sent him flying. That elder was an overlord of the death swamp, but he couldn't block the black dragon saint's attack. The black dragon saint was indeed the king of the death swamp. He was too strong. After the black dragon sage sent the heavenly devil clan's elder flying, he flew towards the heavenly devil tree and clawed at the heavenly devil tree. At this moment, dense array runes appeared around the heavenly demonic tree and enveloped it. "Break for me!" The black dragon sage flapped his wings frantically as a dense black storm blasted towards the restriction. Crack! Crack! The restrictions protecting the heavenly demonic tree began to crack. 5 to 6 heavenly devil clan experts charged towards the black dragon Saint Monarch. All of them displayed their peerless divine abilities. At this moment, a string of strange syllables came out of the black dragon sage's mouth. Draconic divine ability, an ultimate technique of the dragon race. Fire Crow said, "The black dragon lord unleashed his dragon language mystique, causing the surrounding void to distort. Immediately after, the void exploded, blasting all the experts of the heavenly devil clan away. One by one, half of the bodies of the celestial devil clan's experts exploded. His injuries were extremely serious, as expected of the dragon race. They're one of the strongest races. How powerful!" Looking at the mighty black dragon sage, Lin Feng was incomparably shocked. The black dragon sage continued to attack the restriction. Crack! Crack! The restriction continued to shatter. When it seemed that the restriction would not be able to last much longer, a mountain in the depths of the forest suddenly split open, and an old heavenly devil walked out. This heavenly devil had the appearance of a human, and he sent a palm strike towards the black dragon sage. This was the elder of the heavenly devil clan, who had been in seclusion all this time. Now that he had been alarmed, he had no choice but to act. Otherwise, the heavenly devil fruit that the heavenly devil clan had been waiting for 10,000 years to ripen would be snatched away. "Old bastard, your bloodline has deteriorated, and you still want to fight me?" The black dragon sage sneered and swung his huge dragon claw at the elder of the heavenly devil clan. Clang! Clang! It was as if 2 ancient gods had collided. The void split open, and distorted space-time energy surged out, killing all the cultivators and heavenly devils who were sucked into it. The black dragon sage was sent flying by the elder of the heaven devil clan. Even though the elder was old and frail, he was still so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. Now, he had displayed his absolute strength and suppressed the black dragon sage. Back then, it had not been easy for him to defeat the black dragon sage. The black dragon sage roared and charged towards the elder of the heavenly devil clan. The battle was intense, but Huoya, Lin Feng, and Jin Shenyuan hid themselves. It was impossible for them to break the formation, as they would be discovered. Huoya frowned and said, "It's really troublesome now. The formation hasn't been broken yet, so we can't take the heavenly devil fruit." They were hiding in the forest about 3,000 meters away from the heavenly devil fruit. In the middle of the forest, there was a fierce battle going on, and it was extremely intense. Obviously, they would have to cross the formation if they wanted to break it, which was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng thought of an idea, and that was to let the dragon rabbit sneak over. The dragon rabbit could pass through restrictions, and it was extremely fast. Now that the battle was so intense, no one would pay attention to a rabbit. "Little White, come out." Lin Feng summoned the dragon rabbit from the beast's slave pouch. The little guy was sleepy, and after being summoned, it stretched lazily. It's a dragon rabbit." Huoya was very surprised. Dragon rabbits were exotic beasts and were extremely rare. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After seeing Huoya, the dragon rabbit jumped up and stood on Lin Feng's shoulder. It buried its head in Lin Feng's head and shivered. The little guy was psychic and could feel how terrifying Huoya was. "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt you." Lin Feng patted the dragon rabbit's head and said, "Go and pick the fruit from the restriction." The dragon rabbit squeaked. "What is it saying?" Jin Shenyuan asked curiously. "It's saying that it's too dangerous, and it's very scared," Lin Feng said. Then Lin Feng comforted the dragon rabbit again. The little guy agreed and carefully sneaked towards the heavenly devil fruit. It was night now, so it was easier to hide. Whoosh! When the dragon rabbit arrived beside the Saint Demon fruit, it directly rushed towards it. The restriction wanted to stop the dragon rabbit. However, the restriction was not a problem for the dragon rabbit. It instantly passed through the restriction and arrived in front of the heavenly devil fruit. It stretched out its claws and directly grabbed the 9 heavenly devil fruits. "Not good. That's a dragon rabbit." Someone actually raised a dragon rabbit. That dragon rabbit wants to steal the heavenly devil fruit. Many people cried out in alarm and then became incomparably angry. Not only were the experts of the heavenly devil clan angry, even the 5 great powers of the Tianzhou region and the overlords of the Death Swamp were incomparably angry. Someone actually dared to pluck the fur from a tiger. Wasn't this courting death? Whiz, the dragon rabbit instantly rushed out, holding the 9 heavenly devil fruits in its arms. Many experts charged towards the dragon rabbit. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. With so many experts surrounding the dragon rabbit, the little guy would definitely die. He now regretted letting the dragon rabbit pick the heavenly devil fruit. Although the heavenly devil fruit was precious, in Lin Feng's eyes, the dragon rabbit had followed him for so long that it was equivalent to his family. The heavenly devil fruit was not worth mentioning compared to the dragon rabbit's life. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The dragon rabbit realized that it was trapped and could not escape. It cried out in fear, but the little guy quickly calmed down and threw the heavenly devil fruit in its hand in different directions. Snatch the heavenly devil fruit. Many experts became excited. They ignored the dragon rabbit and pounced on the heavenly devil fruit, while the dragon rabbit rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. Little Rabbit, hand over the remaining 3 heavenly devil fruits. There were also cultivators who charged towards the dragon rabbit because the little guy was still holding the 3 heavenly devil fruits. The dragon rabbit was extremely fast and agile. It dodged a group of people's attacks and arrived next to Lin Feng and the others. "We got it. Let's go." Lin Feng split the heavenly devil fruit and gave one to the 3 of them. They directly soared into the sky and flew outside. "You're courting death, Angry roars shook the sky. The clan leader of the Heavenly Devil clan and Time Cave Mo Lee stopped fighting. One person wielded the Time Sword and attacked Huoya, Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan. Another person wielded a supreme stone weapon and attacked them. Boom! An emperor weapon. A top-grade stone weapon comparable to an emperor weapon. The attack instantly shattered the void. Then it enveloped Huoya, Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan. They suddenly realized that they could not move. Their bodies were disintegrating. Chapter 894. It was truly despairing. Unable to resist, they could only wait for death. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the Demon Lord, but the Demon Lord was still in deep seclusion. Lin Feng couldn't contact the Demon Lord. Danger! 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 Lin Feng was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Jin Shengyuan was also at his wit's end. After all, it was an attack from an imperial weapon and a stone artifact. Life and death might be decided in the next moment. The next moment, just when the situation was in jeopardy, Huya suddenly cackled. Back when I dominated the world, you people weren't even born yet. If it weren't for the fact that I was cursed by the cavern, I would have become a god long ago. Do you really think I don't have a way to deal with you? Huya suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a treasure. It was a spear. The spear was also a stone artifact, but it was different from the stone artifact in the hands of the Empyrean Devil Clan's patriarch. Huoya's stone artifact emitted an endless amount of curse power. I'll let you taste the power of my cursed spear. Huoya let out a long cry, and the cursed spear flew over. The cursed spear emitted an endless amount of curse power. It was a supreme treasure that Huoya had obtained from the cursed cave abode. Now, Huoya was using his trump card. It was the cursed spear. The evil cursed cave abode had turned him into a slave of the cursed cave abode. But in his long life, Huoya had also obtained some things that others couldn't. It wasn't just his comprehension of Tao. Of course, there were also some powerful treasures. Clang! The cursed spear collided with the stone artifact and the imperial weapon, the Time Sword. The sound waves from the collision of treasures of this level directly killed many people on the spot. It was truly terrifying. The cursed spear blocked the attacks of the imperial weapon and the stone artifact before tearing the void apart. Huoya, Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan entered the tear in the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. That's the fire crow. It has the ability to live forever. It's said that even if you kill it, it can rely on the cave to be reborn. Now that it has the celestial demon fruit, it's hiding inside the cave. Nobody can do anything to it. Many experts were even more furious, but now they knew that chasing after the fire crows was of no use. Everyone went to snatch the remaining 6 heavenly demon fruits. The void trembled as Huoya, Lin Feng, and Jin Shengyuan rushed out. You can go now. Fly east for 10 days and 10 nights, and you'll be able to leave the death swamp. Fire Crow said, Thank you, Senior. We'll meet again. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan clasped their fists. They bid farewell to the Fire Crow and flew off into the distance. 10 days later, Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan finally left the death swamp. We're in the territory of the Luanzhou. Jin Shengyuan let out a long sigh. Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan arrived at Luan Prefecture's Jining City. This was the famous ancient capital of the Luanzhou. The Luanzhou's teleportation array was located here. After resting for a day in Jining City, Lin Feng and Jin Shengyuan said their goodbyes. If you have time in the future, you must come find me at the Rock King's gathering place. Uncle will be very happy to see you, Brother Feng. Jin Shengyuan said, I will. Lin Feng patted Jin Shengyuan on the shoulder. The two parted ways. Jin Shengyuan took the teleportation array to the place where he and the Rock King had agreed to meet. Lin Feng took the teleportation array to Heavenly Cloud City. Heavenly Cloud City was the only city in the Luanzhou that had a space-time wormhole. Lin Feng had to cross 32 continents to reach the border between the Immortal Continent and the Star Continent. This was because the Tribulation Yao realm recorded on the tortoiseshell was located at the border between the Immortal Continent and the Star Continent. However, when Lin Feng arrived at Heavenly Cloud City, he ran into trouble. He was surrounded by a dozen cultivators. Xiang Jin, an expert of the Xiang family. He was a fifth firmament manifestation cultivator. His cultivation was unfathomable. "I've finally found you here. Let's see how you'll escape today." Xiang Jin's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. Boom! The experts of the Xiang family didn't say much. Under Xiang Jin's lead, they surrounded Lin Feng. "Look, there's a fight between cultivators." Many people cried out in alarm and quickly gathered around. "Isn't that Xiang Jin from the Xiang family of Snow Province?" "That's right. That's Xiang Jin. I've seen him before." "Who's that young cultivator they're attacking? Why are they attacking him?" Many people were discussing this, very puzzled. Naturally, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances in this battle. Xiang Jin was too strong, and he also had a Dao artifact. Moreover, he had a dozen Yin-Yang realm experts helping him. This battle was too difficult. It was almost certain death. Lin Feng wielded the Black Dragon sword and charged left and right, killing 7 Xiang family experts in a row. However, he was also seriously injured several times. Although he used his immortal body to heal himself each time, he was still injured. Lin Feng's magic power was depleting too quickly. He felt that he could use his immortal body 2 more times at most before his magic power was depleted. At that time, he would probably die. Xiang Jin had clearly sensed Lin Feng's situation. The colder his expression was, the more confident he was in killing Lin Feng. "That kid has a special physique that can heal injuries quickly. I wonder what kind of special physique it is." So what if he has a special physique? His magic power is almost depleted. Once his magic power is completely depleted, he'll die. Many cultivators pointed at Lin Feng, not believing that he could escape alive. Lin Feng killed another 3 experts of the Xiang family, but he was almost beheaded by one of the experts. Fresh blood flowed out. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and used his immortal body to heal himself again. Xiang Jin laughed savagely. "Kid, it's time for you to die." Xiang Jin unleashed a barrage of attacks. Lin Feng was forced to retreat again and again. Xiang Jin had left more than a dozen deep wounds on his body, but Lin Feng didn't dare to use his immortal body anymore. He felt that his magic power was almost depleted. This was troublesome. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Xiang Jin only had 4 experts, and Xiang Jin left. However, Lin Feng was like a lamp that had run out of oil. "It seems like you can't hold on much longer. How about we make a deal? Let me out, and we'll kill Xiang Jin together." Ning Hanshuang's voice came from the 4 vicious cauldrons. She was suppressed in the cauldrons, but she knew many things about the outside world, especially since Lin Feng had gone through so many things during that time. She was astonished and moved. "How can I be sure that you won't betray me?" Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "I can swear that I won't seek revenge for 3 years. If I go back on my word, I'll die a horrible death." Ning Hanshuang said. Ning Hanshuang was a terrifying woman. She had a special physique and was ruthless. In order to achieve her goals, she would do anything. Lin Feng didn't want to let her go unless he had no other choice. But now, it was a matter of life and death. He had to borrow Ning Hanshuang's strength, or he would die without a doubt. "Okay, deal. Lin Feng undid the seal on the 4 vicious cauldrons. Boom. Chapter 895. Ning Hanshuang was originally at the creation realm. Previously, he was able to suppress Ning Hanshuang because Lin Feng's heavenly fire restrained Ning Hanshuang's ice divine kingdom. Therefore, with Ning Hanshuang joining the battle, Lin Feng felt that it was not impossible to kill Xiang Jin. This was because it was very normal for cultivators with special constitutions to kill people of a higher level. Although Ning Hanshuang was weaker than Xiang Jin in terms of cultivation level, her special constitution was enough to make up for it. In addition to Lin Feng, the probability of killing Xiang Jin was greatly increased. Hurry up and recover. I'll hold them back for now, Ning Hanshuang said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. He took out a supreme-grade spirit stone and quickly absorbed the pure energy in it to recover his magic power. Who are you? How dare you go against my Snow Province's Xiang family? Leave. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Xiang Jin looked at Ning Hanshuang with a gloomy expression. He wanted to threaten Ning Hanshuang and scare her away. This was because Xiang Jin could see that Ning Hanshuang was an extremely difficult opponent. She was at the creation realm and had a special constitution. Even he felt that such a person was difficult to deal with. You're about to die, and you still dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Ning Hanshuang sneered. Swoosh. Chains of ice were formed and shot towards Xiang Jin to entangle him. Break. Xiang Jin took out his Dao artifact to destroy the ice chains. Crack, crack. The Dao artifact was indeed powerful. It shattered the ice chains one by one. Humph, I'll kill you two today. Xiang Jin's voice was cold as he charged towards Ning Hanshuang. If you were at the 7th or 8th heaven of the creation realm, I'd turn around and run without a word. You're only at the 5th heaven of the creation realm. How dare you boast so shamelessly in front of me? I have a Dao artifact, too. Ning Hanshuang took out her Dao artifact, the ice sword. The ice sword slashed towards the small golden bell. Clang! A loud sound was heard. It was as if the giant spirit god was beating the war drums of the heavenly realm. The 2 Dao artifacts collided, and both of them were sent flying. Ning Hanshuang and Xiang Jin continued to activate their Dao artifacts. The ice sword and the small golden bell charged towards each other again. Lin Feng had recovered 30% of his magic power after absorbing the energy from a dozen supreme-grade spirit stones. He decided to seize this rare opportunity to kill Hanshuang. He could not let him escape. But now they had encountered a huge problem. Facing the attacks of the ice shackles, these people were exhausted. Lin Feng knew how terrifying Ning Hanshuang's ice divine country was. He had almost died in Ning Hanshuang's ice divine country. Ning Hanshuang's special physique had awakened 70% of her bloodline power, so she was abnormally strong. Lin Feng's immortal godly blood was only 10% of his blood. Ning Hanshuang was almost invincible as long as she didn't encounter a cultivator who could counter her. Lin Feng rushes up and punches a Xiang clan expert. This Xiang clan expert roars again and again. But now his energy is tied up by the ice shackles, and he is attacked by Lin Feng, so he no longer has the ability to neutralize Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng killed this expert of the Xiang clan with a single punch. Using the same method, he killed the other 3 experts of the Xiang clan one by one. Brat, you deserve to die, Xiang Jin roared furiously. He had brought more than 10 experts from the Xiang clan, but all of them had been killed by Lin Feng. This made Xiang Jin mad with hatred. Xiang Jin looked at Ning Hanshuang and shouted furiously, Bitch, it's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, this little brat would have been killed by the Xiang clan. Die. Xiang Jin directly burned his life force to activate the Golden Bell. He wanted to awaken the artifact spirit of the Golden Bell. The awakening of the artifact spirit of the Tao artifact would greatly increase its power. Humph, it's too late. Lin Feng laughs coldly and takes out the sky-devouring jar, which flies towards the Golden Bell. The sky-devouring jar starts to devour the Golden Bell. The sky-devouring jar interrupted the awakening of the Golden Bell's artifact spirit. The Golden Bell flies towards the sky-devouring jar as if it was really going to be devoured by it. The Golden Bell struggles violently, but it can't break free. The sky-devouring jar is really too powerful. Lin Feng is also very happy because the sky-devouring jar is much stronger than he had imagined. Seeing that the Golden Bell is about to be devoured, Xiang Jin's face turns gloomy. He quickly calls the Golden Bell back to his side. However, it is not easy for a Tao artifact like the Golden Bell to break free from the sky-devouring jar's devouring. At that moment, numerous ice shackles move towards Xiang Jin to bind him. At the same time, Ning Hanshuang wields her ice sword and attacks Xiang Jin. Xiang Jin roars furiously and uses a divine ability to resist. However, his divine ability is destroyed, and his body is sent flying by the ice shackles. Then, the ice shackles wrap around him. Ning Hanshuang chopped off Xiang Jin's right arm with a sword and took away Xiang Jin's storage ring. Ah! Xiang Jin screams miserably. He slams his left hand towards the ice shackles, trying to break them. However, Lin Feng has already charged forward and slaps Xiang Jin's head. Crack! Xiang Jin's head starts to crack. He roars unwillingly. Xiang Jin, have been unrivaled throughout my life. How can I die at the hands of two juniors like you? Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. You did not die in vain. Lin Feng sneered. Bang! Xiang Jin's head explodes, and he dies on the spot. Lin Feng, I will come and find you in the future. Ning Hanshuang looks meaningfully at Lin Feng, then dispels the Ice Divine Kingdom and flies off into the distance. Lin Feng frowns slightly. Ning Hanshuang is a powerful enemy. Although they won't meet again in the near future, there will definitely be a battle between them in the future. Lin Feng calms his mind and starts to circulate his undying divine body to heal his injuries. Soon, Lin Feng's injuries are completely healed, and he quickly flies towards the teleportation plaza. Xiang Jin is dead. Countless people look at Xiang Jin's headless corpse in disbelief. News of Xiang Jin's death reaches Snow Province's Xiang clan. First, Xiang Zijia dies, then Xiang Jin. Snow Province's Xiang clan is furious. Xiang clan sends out a large number of experts to search for Lin Feng and Ning Hanshuang. Xiang Jin's death naturally causes a huge uproar. Xiang Jin is a fifth-layer creation realm expert, and he also has a doctrine artifact. Xiang Jin's death is a huge blow to Xiang clan. Now, even the doctrine artifact is lost. 10 days later, Xiang clan's experts come to collect Xiang Jin's corpse. Among the Xiang clan's experts, there is a young cultivator with a battle spear on his back. He walks with a majestic gait, and his body is surrounded by an imperial aura. Xiang Ji, the #1 expert of Xiang clan's younger generation. It's said that his cultivation surpasses the older generation's experts. He's called the Overlord. Someone recognizes the young cultivator with the battle spear on his back and immediately starts discussing. Xiang Ji is a famous genius of the 3,000 prefectures. Back in the battle of the geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures, he was almost invincible, suppressing other cultivators of the same level. He is a terrifying existence on the same level as Huang Fuqin Tian. In the City Lord's mansion, Xiang Ji sees the corpses of Xiang Jin and the other members of Xiang clan. He walks against the flow, stepping onto the 9 layers of heaven like a young emperor. Chapter 896. The ancient forest of the fallen immortals stretched for 360,000 kilometers across the immortal continent, Star Continent, Wu Continent, and Yuezhou Continent. Within the ancient forest of the fallen immortals, there were endless resources and many ancient cultivator caves. But at the same time, the ancient forest of the fallen immortals was filled with danger. There were many powerful, ferocious beasts roaming about. If one was not careful, one would die tragically in the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. Currently, there was a fierce battle going on in the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. More than 10 cultivators were surrounded by a group of blood apes. These blood apes were cruel and violent by nature and loved to eat human flesh. Therefore, the blood apes would often attack the human cultivators who entered the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. Puff, puff, the sound of flesh being torn apart and screams of agony could be heard. Cultivators were constantly being killed. These cultivators were a temporary expedition team. Many of them were quite strong, but these blood apes were even stronger. The blood apes had already gained intelligence and could use breathing techniques to absorb the power of heaven and earth to increase their cultivation. Some of the blood apes even took out magic treasures to attack these cultivators. Clearly, these magic treasures were taken from the human cultivators after the sanguine ape had killed them. Break out! A middle-aged cultivator shouted in a deep voice, wanting to lead everyone to break out of the encirclement. But a blood ape king that was 10 meters tall jumped out. The blood ape king wielded a huge spiked club and smashed the leader of the cultivators into a pile of minced meat. At this moment, the rest of the cultivators, who were still struggling to hold on, panicked. Puff, puff, cultivators were killed one by one. In the blink of an eye, only 2 women were left. Of these 2 women, the older one looked to be around 22 or 23 years old. She was wearing a floral dress. She was tall and slender, with a pair of straight and slender legs that could drive any man crazy. The other woman was around 20 years old. She was petite and had a voluptuous figure. She had a child's face and huge boobs. Together, they took out a defensive shield. The shield condensed into a defensive barrier that blocked the attacks of the dozens of blood apes. But now, both of their faces had turned pale. The magic power in their bodies could not hold on for much longer. "Big sister, are we going to die here?" asked the female cultivator with a face full of despair. Another female cultivator bit her lips. Although she wanted to comfort her younger sister by saying that there was hope as long as she persisted, she couldn't help it. But now, she really couldn't say these words. This was because the magic power in her body was about to dry up. Furthermore, after the repeated battles, the 2 sisters were both injured. There were many places on their bodies that were still bleeding. Their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. Crack, crack. The defensive barrier formed by the defensive shield had already begun to crack. The dozens of blood apes roared excitedly. Compared to the bodies of human male cultivators, these blood apes preferred to devour human female cultivators. Because human female cultivators had tender skin and tender flesh, they tasted much better than human male cultivators. Seeing that the defensive light barrier was about to crack and that the magic power in their bodies was about to be exhausted, the 2 sisters revealed a look of despair. Sha, sha, sha. At this moment, a soft sound came from the forest. In the next moment, a cultivator who looked to be in his 20s rushed out of the forest in a panic. This cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. He had entered the ancient forest of the fallen immortal to search for the demon realm. However, the ancient forest of the fallen immortal was too big. He had searched for more than a month and still couldn't find the location of the demon realm. 3 days ago, Lin Feng encountered a terrifying beast emperor and was chased all the way. However, it seemed that he had already escaped from that terrifying beast emperor. Lin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Run! At this moment, Lin Feng heard an anxious voice coming from afar. The pair of sisters looked over anxiously, reminding themselves loudly. Blood apes! Lin Feng looked over and saw the ground full of corpses. He frowned slightly. It should be a group of adventurers that entered the ancient forest of the fallen immortal. However, their luck wasn't very good, and they encountered a group of blood apes. Blood apes were a group of terrifying and bloodthirsty creatures. In Yang Stage 5, or 6 cultivators would die if they encountered a group of blood apes. The sisters were clearly very kind. When they saw that Lin Feng had mistakenly entered this place, they hurriedly warned Lin Feng to escape. Crack, crack! The restrictions protecting the sisters kept shattering. The sisters' faces were pale, and their delicate bodies trembled. The Blood Ape King roared and swung its spiked club at them. Crack! The defensive restrictions shattered. The stone club came crashing down with a fierce wind. The sisters were filled with fear and despair. They wanted to dodge, but they found that their legs were as heavy as lead. They couldn't even take a single step forward. Woo-woo, we're going to die. The younger sister was so frightened that she started crying. The older sister's expression was also mournful. They had thought that they would die in the next moment. However, at this moment, the sisters felt a pair of strong hands wrap around their small waists. A strong masculine aura assaulted them. Whoosh! The two sisters were quickly pulled back a dozen meters and dodged the Blood Ape King's spiked club. Why didn't you run? You can't save us. If you rashly come over, you'll die here too. When the sisters saw that it was the young man who had mistakenly entered this place who had saved them, they couldn't help but sigh. This was because they felt that Lin Feng would only die here if he attacked. Every single one of them could escape. Lin Feng said, "Wouldn't it be a pity for delicate beauties like you to die here?" The sisters came back to their senses and realized that they were in Lin Feng's embrace. Their bodies were so close to Lin Feng's body that they could even feel the warmth of Lin Feng's body. When had the sisters ever been so intimate with a man? They couldn't help but blush. However, they immediately spat at Lin Feng. How could he still joke at a time like this? Roar! The Blood Ape King and dozens of other blood apes rushed over together with a thunderous roar. Leave quickly. Don't worry about us. With your speed, you'll definitely be able to escape. Seeing the group of blood apes pouncing over, they were shocked. The two sisters said anxiously. Lin Feng smiled and waved his right hand in an indifferent way. Sword chi shot out in all directions. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Ripping sounds could be heard as the bodies of the blood apes were torn apart by the sword chi. Even the Blood Ape King couldn't block Lin Feng's sword chi. Its body was directly cut in half. It died on the spot. How is this possible? The sisters' pink lips were agape. Their beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Feng was about the same age as them. However, Lin Feng had only used one move. He had easily killed dozens of blood apes. Wasn't his strength too terrifying? The two sisters were deeply shaken. Chapter 897. The smell of blood here will attract other beasts, so we shouldn't stay here for too long. We should leave quickly. Lin Feng said. The two sisters nodded. However, the continuous battles had exhausted them, and they were also injured. It was difficult for them to leave on their own. Lin Feng could see that the two sisters were in an awkward position, so he said, "Sorry for the offense." As soon as he finished speaking, he hugged a delicate body in each of his hands. Then he quickly flew off into the distance. The two sisters cried out in surprise, their faces red, but they didn't dare look at Lin Feng. They just let Lin Feng hug them. Not long after the three of them left, a terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the forest. The black fog churned. There seemed to be an extremely terrifying creature hidden within the black fog. Finally, the black fog enveloped the corpses on the ground. Crunch, crunch. The sound of flesh being chewed could be heard from within the black fog. Lin Feng found a cave for the two sisters to recover from their injuries. 2 hours later, the two sisters had mostly recovered from their injuries. They also tidied up their appearances and looked much prettier than before. "Is your body all right?" Lin Feng asked. The two sisters replied, "Thank you for your concern, sir. We've mostly recovered." Lin Feng nodded and asked, "What are your names?" "Chao Tingyu, Chao Tingwei. What are your names, sir?" Lin Feng. The two sides briefly introduced each other. The elder sister was called Chao Tingyu, and the younger sister was called Chao Tingwei. They were from Yuezhou's Chao clan. Yuezhou's Chao clan was an ancient power with a long history. They were considered a prominent clan in Yuezhou. Chao Tingyu and Chao Tingwei had come out to train together and joined a group of independent cultivators. Then, in the ancient forest of fallen immortals, they encountered the blood ape. Everyone else in the group had died, tragically, but the two of them were lucky enough to meet Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had come any later, the two sisters would have died as well. The two sisters were curious about Lin Feng's identity. However, Lin Feng didn't explain his background in detail. Seeing that Lin Feng did not reveal his identity, the two sisters felt an inexplicable sense of loss in their hearts. "There's a small town 1,000 li away from here. It's called Wangxian Town. I'm going there to buy some things. I'll take you to Wangxian Town. Then you can go back to your families. The ancient forest of the fallen immortals is too dangerous, so before you become strong enough, don't even think about going there." Lin Feng said. Chao Tingyu and Chao Tingyu nodded. Within the cave, a bonfire burned brightly. Lin Feng had killed a spirit bird and beheaded a large snake. Snake soup was boiling over the bonfire, roasting the bird meat. A fragrance filled the air. Cultivators could recover their magic power by absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. However, if he wanted to recover his strength, eating was the fastest way. "Give it a try." Lin Feng scooped snake soup for the two sisters and cut some roasted meat. The two sisters began to eat. His eyes immediately lit up. Chao Tingyu said, "I didn't expect Lin Gongzi to have such good cooking skills." Chao Tingyu also nodded and said, "Lin Gongzi's cooking is really good." Lin Feng smiled and said, "When you're outside, you need to have some life skills. Eat more to replenish your strength." The next day, the three of them went out and headed towards Wangxian Town. Wangxian Town was a very famous town in the outer regions of the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. It was said that those who were lucky could stand in Wangxian Town at midnight and look towards the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. They could see the shadow of an immortal in Wangxian Town. Lin Feng had stayed in Wangxian Town before, but he didn't see the so-called shadow of an immortal. Lin Feng only thought of the rumor that one could see immortals in Wangxian Town as a legend. The three of them encountered many dangers along the way, but with Lin Feng around, they were all safe. While they were resting by a small stream, Yi Zichen and Yi Zichen were talking. A flying ship flew over from the distance. The flying ship wasn't big, only about 20 meters long. Such a small flying ship could accommodate 20 to 30 people. The flying ship suddenly stopped above Lin Feng and the other two. The cabin opened and a group of cultivators flew out. This group of people was led by a young man. The young man was wearing a blue brocade robe, and there was a hint of lust between his eyebrows. "Ha! I didn't think that I would meet such beautiful sisters in this desolate place." After the blue-clothed young man's gaze swept past Lin Feng, he looked at Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu, and the two sisters immediately revealed a burning gaze. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The way this young man looked at Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu made him unhappy. Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu knew that these people were definitely not to be trifled with. Qiao Tingyu said, "Lin Gongzi, let's quickly leave this place." Lin Feng nodded. Just as the three of them were about to leave, the blue-clothed young man waved his hand. More than 20 of his subordinates quickly flew away and surrounded the three of them. When they saw this scene, Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu's expressions became very unsightly. The other party had many people, and they had ulterior motives. They were naturally worried about their own safety, and they were also worried about Lin Feng. If these people wanted to deal with the three of them, they would most likely kill Lin Feng. "Two beauties, why are you in such a hurry to leave? It's fate that brought us together. Why don't you come and sit on my flying ship?" the blue-clothed young man said with a smile. His lustful eyes swept past Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu from time to time. If the two sisters really got on his flying ship, how could they have a good ending? "We're from the Qiao clan of Yuezhou. You'd better leave, and we can still let bygones be bygones," Qiao Tingyu said. "The Qiao clan of Yuezhou? Ha ha! I'm the crown prince of the Yuhua celestial dynasty of the Immortal Province. Do you think I'm afraid of the Qiao clan of Yuezhou? You two beauties come to my flying ship obediently. I'll treat you well. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for forcing you to come up." The blue-clothed young man didn't hide his desire for Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu anymore. People from the Yuhua celestial dynasty, Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu's faces immediately turned pale. The Yuhua celestial dynasty was a group that the Qiao clan of Yuezhou couldn't afford to offend. The Yuhua celestial dynasty of the Immortal Province. So, you're from the Huangfu clan. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile coldly. "Little boy, who are you?" The blue-clothed young man looked at Lin Feng and smiled coldly. "Someone you can't afford to offend," said Lin Feng indifferently. The blue-clothed young man's face suddenly turned grim. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Guards, teach this little boy a lesson. Let him know that he has to pay the price for saying the wrong thing." Yes. Chapter 898. Lin Feng's gaze suddenly turned cold. These people from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty were really arrogant. From the way this young master acted, he knew that this person wasn't a good person. "Young master, be careful." Seeing that the attack of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's expert was about to hit Lin Feng, the two sisters cried out in alarm at the same time, their expressions full of worry. "A lowly trash like you dares to be so presumptuous in front of our young master? You really don't know what death is." The corners of the guard's mouth curled up. In his opinion, this move would definitely cripple Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood in place without moving. Could it be that he's scared silly? The people from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty all had sneering expressions. Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingwe were also stunned. Why was Lin Feng not moving at all? Could it be that he was really scared, silly? But since he could kill a group of blood apes, his strength should be at the 6th or 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm, or even higher, right? He shouldn't be so scared, right? The two sisters' hearts were filled with doubts. The attack was about to hit Lin Feng. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Feng's body emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. That aura directly enveloped the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's expert who attacked. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's expert realized that he couldn't move at all. He let out a series of screams from his throat. His originally smug expression had now turned into a terrified expression as he looked at Lin Feng. Bang! In the next moment, His body directly exploded. He couldn't withstand the pressure emitted by Lin Feng at all. So strong. Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tinghua looked at Lin Feng in shock. Only then did they realize that they might have underestimated this young master in front of them. Seeing that his subordinate had been killed, the blue-clothed young master was instantly incomparably furious. He coldly shouted, "Go, kill this brat!" "Yes, young master." Immediately, 5 to 6 experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty pounced towards Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. Lin Feng had no intention of using his sacred art. He simply walked towards the other party. A terrifying force surged out. The 5 or 6 experts who were rushing over suddenly felt as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on them, making them unable to move. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, the bodies of 5 or 6 experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty exploded again, and they died tragically on the spot. The blue-clothed young man's expression finally changed when he saw this scene. He naturally knew that he had kicked an iron plate today. Who are you?" the blue-clothed young master asked in horror as he retreated. "Huangfu Qingtian, and I have a 10-year life and death agreement. A small fish like you dares to jump in front of me? You don't know the difference between life and death." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "You're that person?" The young man's face was filled with terror as he shouted, "Stop him!" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed toward the spaceship in the distance. The remaining few people kept retreating, but at this moment, a terrifying aura had already enveloped them. Buffed, as expected, everyone's bodies exploded, killed by Lin Feng's force. The blue-clothed young master had already flown to the spaceship. Rumble! The spaceship started to move, wanting to escape into the distance. Sky rend. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he waved his right hand. 1,000-meter-long saber light condensed and instantly slashed out. The huge saber light instantly tore the entire spaceship apart. The blue-clothed young master hiding in the spaceship was cut in half. None of the cultivators controlling the spaceship were spared. Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tinghua looked at each other. There were so many experts. They died just like that. Killing those strong cultivators was as easy as blowing away dust for Lin Feng. Wasn't he too strong? Could it be that he had already cultivated to the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm? Or even the 10th level? When they thought of this, the 2 sisters felt abnormally shocked. After all, Lin Feng was about the same age as them. His cultivation was so unfathomable that the 2 sisters felt like they were looking up at a tall mountain. "Let's go," Lin Feng said indifferently. The blue-clothed young master and the others were just small fries. Lin Feng didn't care about them at all. His opponent was a top-notch genius like Huangfu Qingtian. Wangxian Town was bustling as usual. People came and went. Many cultivators who entered the ancient forest of the fallen immortals would rest in Wangxian Town. There were stone shops, casinos, brothels, elixir stores, spirit array stores, weapon stores, and various other shops. There was also a branch of the Mercenary Association located here. Lin Feng, Qiao Tingyu, and Qiao Tinghua arrived at Wangxian Town. They planned to find an inn to stay and rest for 2 days. Tinghua, thank the heavens that I found the 2 of you here." At that moment, a surprised voice sounded. More than 10 cultivators rushed over. The leader was a young man who looked to be in his late 20s, and he looked relieved. "Big brother." When Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tinghua saw the young man, they were pleasantly surprised and hurried over. The young man reprimanded them. "The 2 of you are really messing around. How could you sneak into the ancient forest of the fallen immortals? What if something happened to you? Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tinghua lowered their heads, not daring to refute him. Lin Feng was slightly speechless. He was afraid that Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tinghua had snuck out. Their clan was worried about their safety, so they had come to look for them. The young man looked at the two sisters and asked, "Are those your friends?" The two sisters hurriedly nodded. Qiao Tingyu said, "This is Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi. If it weren't for him, we would have died in the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. This is my big brother, Qiao Zhenyu. Brother Lin, thank you for saving my sister." Qiao Zhenyu cupped his fists. "Brother Qiao, you're too polite." Lin Feng cupped his fists in response. Lin Feng then said, "Since Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tinghua have found their families, I'll take my leave." When they heard that Lin Feng was about to leave, Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tinghua looked reluctant to part with him. Qiao Zhenyu said, "Brother Lin, please wait. Is there something else?" Lin Feng asked. Qiao Zhenyu said, "Brother Lin, since you're alone, why don't you stay with us for the time being? Also, I have something to discuss with you. I'm sure you'll be very interested in it." Seeing how confident Qiao Zhenyu was, Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled as to what Qiao Zhenyu wanted to discuss with him. "Lin Gongzi, since you won't be leaving Wangxian town for the next few days, why don't you stay with us? We haven't properly thanked you for saving us yet." Qiao Tingyu blushed. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. The Qiao family rented a courtyard in Wangxian town as a temporary place to rest. At night, Qiao Zhenyu held a banquet for Lin Feng to thank Lin Feng for saving Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tinghua's lives. After the banquet ended, Qiao Zhenyu invited Lin Feng to a private room. It was obvious that they had something to discuss. "What does Qiao Zhenyu want to talk about?" Lin Feng looked interested.